It's time for Dodger Baseball. Live from Dodger Stadium, KCAL 9 presents the Dodgers as they take on the San Diego Padres. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Tuesday evening to you, wherever you may be. Welcome to Game 2 of the series. Dodgers have won 9 of the previous 13, and the Padres, coming of age starting the 12th of June, have won 42 games, including 18 in the month of August. For the Dodgers, they're looking back at last year, hoping they can do as well or better in the month of September. They've won 3 straight. Last year, they were 17-9 in September. The pitching, Clayton Kershaw will be on the mound in quest of his 13th. He has beaten the Padres 4 straight, once this year, and he is 8-3 lifetime. A former Dodger left-hander, Eric Stults, who disappeared, went over to the White Sox, surfaces with the Padres. Eric is 5-2, and in his last 5 starts, an earned run average of 1.6. So pull up a chair. Dodgers and Padres coming up right after this. brought to you by Jack in the Box, where the entire menu is available all day long, and by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Tuesday evening to you. Welcome to Dodger Stadium on a warm summer's evening. Game 2 of the 3-game series between the Dodgers and the San Diego Padres. For Bud Black's ball club, they actually started the year 20-41, and the Dodgers took advantage of them, played 4 times in the first week of the season, and picked them up 2 more times in the middle of May. However, since the middle of June, Bud Black's club has turned things around. They've won 42 games, and among other things, had a great August when they won 18. Here's the Padre lineup. Chris Denorfia in right field, Logan Forsythe at second base, Chase Headley, the big RBI man, at third, Carlos Quentin, the right knee is okay, so he starts tonight in left field. Yasmani Grandal behind the plate, Yonder Alonso at first base, Cameron Maben in center, Everett Cabrera at short, Eric Stults on the mound. On the mound for the Dodgers, Clayton Kershaw. He has beaten San Diego 4 straight going back to last year. He is 1-0 against them this year, 8-3 lifetime, and he'll be facing Denorfia, Forsythe, and Headley. One of the interesting things about Clayton Kershaw, he's throwing his curveball much more this year than in the past. They figure now 1 curve every 9 pitches. It used to be 1 curve every 16. He starts with a fastball and a high fly ball into deep left field and gone. Chris Denorfia breaks the seal on the ball game, and the very first pitch hits it into the bleachers. His 6th home run of the year, his 30th run batted in, and for a shock, Clayton Kershaw, suddenly he's behind on 1 pitch, 1-0. That's also the 16th home run that he has given up this year. So Kershaw, a first pitch fastball home run. What a way to start the night. And the batter now will be Logan Forsythe. Couple of streaks on the line. Padres have lost 3 in a row. Dodgers have won 3 in a row. And the first pitch in for a strike to Forsythe, hitting .277. So Chris Denorfia out of Connecticut, the Nutmeg State, hits one out, and it is 1-0 San Diego. Forsythe with 3 home runs, appeared as a pinch hitter yesterday and takes low. 1 ball and 1 strike to Logan. He had a base hit that put Randy Choate out of commission. A line drive back at the box. Randy hit on the thumb and had to come out. It's a comebacker to Kershaw, and that'll be that for Logan Forsythe. By the way, Randy Choate says he is okay today. It stung and hurt, but he's all right. Meanwhile, Chris Denorfia cooling off after hitting his 6th home run of the year, and it's 1-0 San Diego. And now the RBI man, the butter and egg man for San Diego, Chase Headley. Switch hitter, numbers are a little lighter right-handed than left, and he swings right through the first pitch, a fastball at the hands. 0-1 the count. Headley hitting .283, .267 right-handed. He has 24 home runs, 8 hit right-handed. He takes inside. Of his 92 runs batted in, 37 of them right-handed. But he is a guy who picks them up by the bucketful with 92 ribbies, and Chase hesitates, takes a breaking ball low, and the count 2-1. So Clayton Kershaw serves up the fastball. We've been talking about a curve every 9 pitches, and he's immediately jumped on by Chris Denorfia. 2-1 pitch on the way is taken high, ball 3, 3-1 the count. Beautiful evening. The temperature 79 degrees. Hardly a zephyr stirring the flags in center field. Now the 3-1 pitch on the way. Fastball popped up. Coming under it is Luis Cruz, just inside the line. Now steps into foul ground and makes the catch. So Headley fouls out. Carlos Quentin coming up. Quentin unable to start last night. He had a balky right knee. Did appear as a pinch hitter and fly to center. Carlos hitting .264, 15 home runs, 43 runs batted in. By the way, we were talking about Kershaw throwing his curveballs more often, and he is far better off for it. It was the fastball that was hit for the home run, but tell you a little bit more about the curve, and he gets his first pitch in for a strike, 0-1. When opponents actually hit Clayton's curveball, they have a batting average of .084. Here's the strike one pitch on the way. Fastball grounded to third, backing up for the hop is Cruz. Long throw, backhanded by Gonzalez at the other end, and that's the inning. One pitch, one swing of the bat by Chris Denorfia, and one run on the board for the San Diego Padres. Dodgers coming up. Ellis at second base, Shane Victorino in left field, Adrian Gonzalez at first, and Matt Kemp in center. Hanley Ramirez at shortstop, Andre Ethier in right field, Luis Cruz at third base, A.J. Ellis behind the plate, Clayton Kershaw on the mound. Welcome back and welcome home to Eric Stults. The young left-hander who had been in the Dodger organization will now pitch against the Dodgers here at Dodger Stadium. When he was a Dodger, his record was 8-10, and he was 5-5 here in this ballpark. Eric, out of Indiana, an even 6, 215-pounder, and his first pitch in for a strike to Mark Ellis. Stults does not strike out a lot of people. If he gets 5 strikeouts, has had a pretty good game. The strike one pitch on the way, fastball low, 1-1. In fact, Mark Ellis hitting .264, 5 home runs, 28 runs batted in. Stults holds the ball at the belt, now turns, ready, and comes back. Fastball whacked to left field. That's going to be in there for a base hit. Over to get it is Quentin. Ellis on his way for second. Good throw, but he's in there. So quite a beginning. Chris Denorfia opens up and hits the first pitch for a home run. Ellis leads off for the Dodgers and promptly doubles into left field. So 1-0 San Diego, but the Dodgers have the tying run at second and nobody out. Shane Victorino 1 for 2 in the past against Eric Stults. A little bit more about Stults. He was a 15th round pick by the Dodgers in 2002. At a Bethel College in Indiana, working on Victorino, who could very well bunt this early in the game. Stults will look back at Ellis, pitch to Shane, he runs up to bunt and takes low, ball 1. 1-0. 10 home runs, 49 runs batted in for Shane Victorino. Meanwhile, Matt Kemp being honored tonight in a big crowd here to get a Matt Kemp batting practice jersey. 1 ball and no strikes. Stults looks back at second, back to the plate. The bunt attempt, I believe they're going to check. We're waiting to see how they call it. So no indication. So 2 balls and no strikes to Shane Victorino. Eric Stults gets a lot of called strikes, late breaking pitches. He had Tommy John surgery when he was first starting out back in 2002. The 2-0 pitch on the way. That's in for a strike, and the count 2-1. So Victorino trying to advance Mark Ellis. Waiting on deck, Adrian Gonzalez. Ellis opening up with a double to left. Now the 2-1 pitch on the way to Victorino. Shows bunt again and gets the bunt down. Fielded by Grandal to throw him out. And on the sacrifice, Ellis takes third. So it was a pretty good guess that Victorino would bunt, and sure enough he did. And Gonzalez coming up. A couple of other notes about Eric Stults. He has been getting left-handers out recently. In his last 5-6 games, left-handers are 3 for 38 against him, and all 3 hits were singles. And with runners in scoring position, Stults has held opponents to a 114 batting average. So he should have a good battle here. Ellis down the line from third. Gonzalez hitting 214, checks in at the plate. Eric out of a stretch. Looks over his right shoulder at Ellis. Now comes to Gonzalez. There's a throw down to third. They have picked off Mark Ellis. Grandal firing a bullet to Headley. And Mark Ellis, representing the tying run 90 feet away, is hung out to dry. Great throw by Grandal. Good quick move by Headley, and he was out pretty handily. So 2-5, and we have 2 down. Ellis thinking his hands got to the bag before the tag, but the answer was no, said Ron Kulpa. Big, slow breaking ball off the plate. 2 balls and no strikes. Ellis visiting with Shane Victorino in the dugout. 2-0 the count. Back comes Stults. Fastball on the outside corner. At the beginning of this year, Eric's major league earned run average was 4.8. So far this year, it's 2.4. He's been brilliant. Back he comes with a change, and it drops low out of exhaustion. 3 balls and 1 strike. That came up to 68 miles an hour. Left-hand hitters, they're batting 119 against him. So Stults working on a good left-hand hitter. Gonzalez waiting. 2 out, bases empty. Eric a long look in. Now to the windup. 3-1 pitch on the way. Breaking ball swung on and missed. 3-2. Not throwing hard. He is not a hard thrower. So a full count. Matt Kemp on deck. Among other things in his young career, Stults was sold by the Dodgers to the Hiroshima Carp in the Japanese League. He pitched over there briefly. Another change, and that's hit right at right fielder Denorfia. So the Dodgers blow a big opportunity as Mark Ellis is picked off at third, and at the end of an inning, 1-0, San Diego. base. Padres on a home run by Ethier. And with all of that, we just go to the second inning. Yasmani Grandal, the catcher who nailed Hill, will lead it off. Then Yonder Alonso and Cameron Maben. Yasmani Grandal is from Havana, Cuba, lives in Florida, went to the University of Miami. Immigrated to Miami when he was 10 years old, and the right-hand hitting catcher takes a strike. He's hitting .271, 6 home runs, 22 runs batted in. One of the rare hitters, we'll tell you why in a moment. He takes a ball, 1-1 to count. He homered twice in his first big league start against the Colorado Rockies. Flied up the first time, then homered from one side and homered from the other. The 1-1 pitch is off the plate. 2-1 to count to Yasmani Grandal. So Clayton Kershaw burned on a first pitch fastball, now trying to settle in. Clayton's 2-1 pitch on the way. Fastball in for a strike, 2-2. Up north, they have started at AT&T Park. Arizona has runners at first and second and 1 out. So we'll keep an eye on that. Kershaw ready, and the 2-2 pitch coming up, swung on and fouled back. If you joined us a wee bit late, you missed it. The first pitch of the night, Ethier hit it into the left field pavilion. And the D-back. We're just watching to see. Somebody just struck out up there. So there's 2 on with 2 out. Grandal waiting, and the 2-2 pitch, change up, and he misses a little high. I think Clayton thought he had a strike. 3-2 the count. Jason Kubel just struck out with 2 men on in the first inning for Arizona. So Grandal, right-hand hitting catcher, 3-2 fastball is low and inside, ball 4. So Kershaw walks his leadoff man and will now pitch to Yonder Alonso. So it's a couple of names that are somewhat strange. Yasmani and now Yonder, but as we've mentioned in the past, his family made up the name Yonder. He's from Miami. His father played for a good professional team in Cuba. Alonso swings, doesn't get it, and the count 0-1. His father was a catcher, first baseman, so he's a chip off the old block. And of course, he succeeded Adrian Gonzalez as the first baseman in San Diego. Hitting .271, 7 home runs, 47 runs batted in. Big guy and well put together. 6'2", 235. Takes a fastball high, and a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Grandal at first, nobody out. Second inning, Padres lead 1-0. Kershaw from his exaggerated stretch, and the 1-1 pitch on the way in the dirt with a fastball, 2-1. Every time I watch Kershaw stretch, I think of growing up in New York and riding the subway and holding up onto the strap. I mean, you talk about pitchers who go to a stretch. He's one who really stretches. So Clayton, 2 balls and 1 strike. Yasmani Grandal standing over there at first with nobody out, and the left-hand hitting Alonso at the plate. 2-1 pitch coming up. Clayton delivers, and it is swung on and missed, and the count 2-2. Alonso, who went to school at the University of Miami. It was 1995 when his dad decided to defect. They took a small plane to Miami, and they left a lot of relatives back in Cuba. 2-2 the count. Kershaw ready and deals. Fastball, a broken bat, fly ball into right center, and Matt Kemp will make the catch. Wow, the bat disintegrated, and he was still able to hit the ball to right center field. Boy, these bats these days break if you just look at them. And of course, they're dangerous missiles, especially flying through the air. So Alonso, a fly ball, 1 down, and Cameron Maben coming up. Maben is hitting .240. He has 6 home runs, 39 runs batted in. Maben, a lot of speed, and so far has made you pay if you're walking. Right-hand batter bends at the knees and waist, and the fastball is low, ball 1. Maben has stolen 25 out of 31. Padres are a running ball club. I mean, they have stolen 123 bases. They are second to the Marlins, who had stolen 128. 1 ball and no strikes to Maben. Kershaw very deliberate. Here he comes with a fastball hit to Ellis. He goes to Ramirez. Back to Adrian Gonzalez. Too late. So Maben can fly. It looked like a sure double play, but he's a tough man to double up, although he has grounded into 8 double plays. But they miss him this time.
Shortstop number 2, Everett Cabrera.
Daddy long legs, and he just did beat the throw. So Maben hits into a force play, and the batter will be Everett Cabrera. Well, the D-backs had first and second and 1 out and failed to score, so they go to the bottom of the first in AT&T Park. Everett Cabrera, switch hitter, batting .232, 2 home runs, 21 runs batted in there basically for his glove, and a good glove it is. So Cabrera waiting. Kershaw looks over at first, comes to his hitter, the 1-hopper to third. Staying with it there is Cruz, and he turns it into a force play on Maben. So a leadoff walk and nothing else. No runs, no hits, a man left at the end of an inning and a half. 1-0 San Diego. Orphea in the bottom of the second. It'll be Matt Kemp, Hanley Ramirez, and Andre Ethier. By the way, we told you that Arizona failed to score in the first inning. The pitching up there, Ian Kennedy, who is 3-1 with an ERA of less than 2 in his career, is pitching in AT&T Park against Ryan Vogelsong, who's coming off a pretty tough August. Vogelsong's ERA is a little over 6 in the month of August. So here's Matt Kemp hitting .326, 18 home runs, 55 runs batted in. Been in a slump, looking to beat up on a left-hander in order to get out of it. And the first pitch to Matt, down and away, ball 1. 1-0. For Kemp, he's hitting .409 against left-handers, hitting .290 against right-handers, 18 home runs. Stults, a lot of slow stuff. Fastball, he has a cutter, curveball, and a change. His earned run average in August 1.6. Change high, ball 2, 2-0 the count to Matt Kemp. For Eric Stults, 4-0 during the month of August. He is 5-2 coming into this game. Eric's 2-0 pitch on the way. Fastball, foul back to the screen. He did get the fastball up to 90, and it's a 2-1 count to Matt Kemp. I don't know if you were following the Dodgers in those days, but it's kind of an anniversary. 6 years ago, Eric Stults and Hung-Chi Kuo. Can you link them up? 2-1 pitch, a little ground ball to short. Charging Cabrera, throws on the run and gets him, and down goes Matt. 0 for 1. Yep, in September 6 years ago, the Dodgers had 2 pitchers making their first major league start in the same series against the New York Mets, and they both won. Hung-Chi Kuo won his start. Eric Stults won his. Hanley Ramirez hitting .256, 24 home runs, 84 runs batted in. Matt Kemp, by the way, really struggling. He has 2 hits now in 17 at-bats. Ramirez with 24 home runs looks at a big, slow curveball. Boy, that looked like it needed help to get to the plate. No balls and 1 strike the count. So Eric, indeed, a finesse left-hander. And the strike 1 pitch on the way. Another off-speed pitch and another ground ball to Cabrera. Everett gets it across to Alonso. And we have 2 down in the second inning. 1-0 in favor of the Padres. Dodgers have won 9 of the previous 13 tonight and tomorrow. And then the Dodgers have a 3-game series in San Diego starting on the 25th. You know, after tonight, there are only 11 games home, and there are some very important games. A huge 4-game series with the St. Louis Cardinals, and then the final 6 games of the season, Colorado and the Giants. Andre Ethier, 16 home runs. What a dramatic blast last night in the 9th inning to get the game even, force it into the 11th, and the Dodgers won it. He takes a strike, and the count 0-1. Andre hitting .293. He has 79 runs batted in. Now the strike 1 pitch on the way is swung on a high drive into right center field. That goes for Ethier. It is gone. Home run for Ethier, and we have a 1-1 tie. So Andre hits his 17th, picks up his 80th run batted in, went down to get a breaking ball and hit it into the right center field pavilion. Kristen Orphea tried to climb the wall, but no chance, but he gave it his best shot. Out it went. So it's a battle of home runs, and we have a 1-1 tie. For Eric Stults, that would be only the 6th home run that he has allowed this year. Now working on Luis Cruz, who takes ball 1. Nice touch. That was his 1,000th career hit. Now the 1-0 pitch on the way. Cruz, a ground ball smothered at third by Headley. Gets up, bounces the throw, and it's gobbled up by Yonzer Alonso. Boy, that was a great play. But Andre Ethier hits it out to match Denorfia's home run. And at the end of 2, a 1-1 tie. home run in the ninth inning, and he ties up the game tonight with a home run in the second inning, his 1,000th career hit. Now it'll be the pitcher, Eric Stults, followed by Chris DeNorfia, and then Logan Forsythe. Eric, pretty good hitter, and Kershaw deals fastball in for a strike. Stults hitting .389, looks like a hitter. Eric imposing anyway, 215 pounds, swings, fouls it back, and the count 0-2. Well, we told you the D-backs failed to score, leaving runners at first and second in the top of the first. In the bottom of the first, Marco Scutaro tripled. Pablo Sandoval picked him up with a ground ball out, and the Giants lead 1-0 up north. The Giants and D-backs have split 10 meetings. Remember, the Diamondbacks, when we're leaving here, had 9 games to play with San Francisco, so they can be a factor. 1-2 the count to Eric Stults. Kershaw ready. Fastball swung on and missed, and down goes Stults. First strikeout for Clayton Kershaw, and the batter will be Chris DeNorfia, who hit the very first pitch of the game, fastball for a home run. So Chris checking in at the plate. One tie. One of the notes on DeNorfia is the fact he goes after the first pitch, but it happened so quickly leading off the game we didn't have a chance to tell you about it. He takes a strike, 0-1. His batting average swinging at the first pitch is .431, though we shouldn't be too surprised. Strike one pitch, DeNorfia after that way out in front of change, and the count 0-2. So Kershaw burned by the fastball, but off-speed pitch gives him a no-ball, 2-strike count. Clayton ready, and the left-hander deals fastball low, ball 1. 1-2. Kershaw needs 8 strikeouts tonight, or needs them whenever, to give him 200 for the 3rd consecutive season. He joins some pretty illustrious names when he does it. He's thinking better about DeNorfia, backs off the rubber, now gets back up again. Who else did it? Koufax, Drysdale, Nomo, and Fernando. So Clayton Kershaw working on Chris DeNorfia. 24-year-old ready, and the 1-2 pitch on the way. Fastball low. Coming into the game, DeNorfia was hitting .250. He was 4 for 16, no home runs. But now he certainly has one. 2-2 to the right-hand hitting outfielder, playing right field. 2-2 fastball, got him looking. It was 94 miles an hour, and that's strikeout number 2 for Clayton Kershaw. So Logan Forsythe will be coming up. Forsythe hit back to the box in the first inning. The pattern for Forsythe is pretty interesting. He usually doesn't hit very well in the first 3 innings. And then from about the 4th inning on, things really pick up for him. Why? Nobody knows. This time he bangs it into right field for a base hit. So it's a 2-out single to right for Logan Forsythe, and that will bring up Chase Headley. Chase Headley, the switch-hitting third baseman, had a 2-run home run and a single to center in the 7th inning last night. For the 13th game this year, he's had at least 3 RBIs. He had 6 RBIs in the final game in Colorado. That was the shocking game where the Padres had 20 hits and lost 11-10. Throw over to first. Forsythe crawling back to the bag. So it'll be a test tonight. Kershaw allows about a 55%, in other words, a little bit more than break even, caught stealing as opposed to stolen base. He does a good job of cutting down the running game. Forsythe takes kind of a dare you lead, and the pitch swung on and missed by Headley, and the count 0-1. Logan Forsythe has stolen 7 out of 9. Of course, the guy who's really the successful base stealer, Everett Cabrera, the shortstop, he has stolen 26 out of 27. 0-1 to Forsythe, leaning a little bit on his right leg, and Kershaw sees that and throws over. 0-1 to count to Chase Headley. 1-1 tie. DeNorfia homers in the first. Ethier homers in the second. There must be something in the air out there in right field. No balls and 1 strike to Headley. Kershaw sets at the letters, comes to his hitter inside under the hands. 1 ball and 1 strike to one of the more valuable players and certainly one of the more sought-after players in the league, Chase Headley. Carlos Quentin hitting on deck. Headley's out of Fountain, Colorado, lives in Tennessee. He went to the university there. And the 1-2 pitch to Chase, fast one low, and the count falls now to 2-1. Chase Headley, among other things, besides being a very talented athlete, he was his high school valedictorian. He was an academic All-American at Carson High in Fountain, Colorado. Another throw to first. If you are going to control the game, you're going to have to throw over there a lot. 2-1 to count to Headley. Chase Headley has struck out 134 times. Throw to first, Forsythe back. When Arizona was here, they had 6 men who had struck out over 100 times. Padres have 2. Headley 134. No, in fact, he's the only one. They broke it down twice, left and right. 2-1 to Chase, who fouled out in the first inning. Kershaw delivers, and it's just off the plate. 3-1 to count. So you have a strikeout hitter up there, as well as a good one, but you wonder about running Forsythe with 2 out. Not a bad gamble. If Headley swings and misses, you start the next inning with your number 3 hitter. So let's see if they run Forsythe. Kershaw looks, stares, he's not gone, and it's fouled away. Well, he'll be going 3-2, that's for sure. So a full count to Chase Headley. Signed by the Padres 7 years ago. Came up in 2007. Had never hit more than 12 home runs for San Diego, understandably in that big ballpark. But he has 24 home runs this year. Padres have only hit 31 home runs at home. They've hit 65, counting tonight's 66 home runs on the road. So Petco Park is tough. It is a pitcher's park without a doubt. 3-2. They'll be running Forsythe with 2 out in a 1-1 tie. Kershaw looks at him, stares at him, now to the plate, and there's a ground ball, and on his knees is Gonzalez to stay with it and step on the bag. So no runs, 1 hit, a man left. At the end of 2.5 innings, a 1-1 tie. report that the young man from Torrance, Ryan Wheeler, has just doubled, and with 2 out, the pitcher Ian Kennedy singled him home. So in the top of the second inning, up there at AT&T Park, D-backs 1, Giants 1. Meanwhile, Eric Stults, burned by the home run by Andre Ethier, now working on A.J. Ellis, Clayton Kershaw, and Mark Ellis. A.J., who had the key base hit on a no-ball 2-strike count and single to right field last night. Remember, earlier this year we were harping and finally decided that was enough, talking about so many hits on a no-ball 2-strike count, which was considered outrageous years ago. A.J. looks at the first pitch, and it's in for a strike. Adrian Gonzalez won with a base hit, a double on a no-ball 2-strike count. And then Ellis, no-ball 2 strikes, singled last night to win it. Strike 1 pitch, he has a look, and it's low. 1 ball and 1 strike to A.J. Ellis during the homestand, 3 for 15. Stults looks down the barrel to get a sign. Eric ready. And his 1-1 pitch on the way, a little high with his fastball. 2-1 the count. 1 run, 2 hits, and no errors for each side. Stults ready, and his 2-1 pitch, fastball sliced foul out of play. 2-2. Doubt that the Dodgers are playing scoreboard. They have one more big game here. Tomorrow night, Clayton Richard and Aaron Harang. And then it's off to the big 3 against the Giants. 2-2 the count to A.J. Ellis. Next pitch is high, fastball around the eyes, ball 3. So Eric Stults going 3-2 to Ellis. Waiting on deck, Clayton Kershaw, who has been swinging a pretty hot bat these days. 3-2 pitch is taken for ball 4. Now Kershaw might be swinging the hot bat, but he is also a terrific bunter. Kershaw has 12 sacrifices. Chris Capuano has 13. So Kershaw checking with Tim Wallach. Now Clayton checks in. He has his batting average up to 224, and he has 1 run batted in. Kershaw has 11 hits. He's swinging, instead just takes a strike. He was not around as if to bunt. Kershaw checking again with Wallach. 0-1 the count. Johnny Cueto with 15 sacrifices. Chris Capuano with 13. Clayton with 12. That's the cream of the top. 0-1 the count to Clayton Kershaw. Stults ready. Clayton not showing bunt. Now he does, and gets it down. Fielded there by Grandal, who hesitates, throws to first. I think he hesitated to make sure Yonder Alonso got out of the way. Had he just fired the ball, Alonso might have had his head in the way. So it was a good holdup by the catcher with Alonso coming to the plate, and he just went into a crouch, and the throw went to first to the second baseman Forsythe covering. So Kershaw does what he does so very well. His 13th sacrifice, gets 5s all around, and the batter will be Mark Ellis. Ellis led off the bottom of the first inning and doubled. He was sacrificed to third and was then picked off by the catcher Yasmani Grandal. 1-1 tie, bottom of the third, 1 out. Ellis at second. Big slow rainbow curve at 66 miles an hour. Drops in for a strike. 0-1. Boy, that's quite a pitch. No balls and 1 strike. Stults again from a stretch. Remember, he rarely strikes out more than 5. Breaking ball gets away from Grandal, but holding on is Ellis. 1-1 the count. There have been a lot of soft throwers in the big leagues who have made a lot of money and had good careers. And of course, Stults will occasionally throw that 90-mile-an-hour fastball. You have to have some kind of a fastball. 1 ball and 1 strike. Eric hides the ball back of his left hip, looks back at A.J. Ellis, and works Mark 1-1, and misses up and away. Ball 2. That was his fastball. 2-1 the count. Stults has made 34 pitches. Now the left-hander ready, and his 2-1 pitch. Ellis swung on, squirted back to the box. The out will be at first, and on the play, A.J. Ellis takes third. Boy, you talk about being out in front of a pitch. That was right out of a pool hall. The pitch was 65 miles an hour, and Mark Ellis shaking his head. He just cued it back to the box. Big breaking ball. So 2 down, a runner at third, and Shane Victorino checking in. For Stults, he has 1 wild pitch. He has 1 balk. And here's Victorino. Switch hitter, batting right-handed, hitting .255. Hitting .262 right, and in the 220s left, and looks at a strike. 0-1. Victorino did have a couple of at-bats in the past against Stults. He was 1 for 2 and sacrificed in the first inning. Stults out of a stretch in this 1-1 tie. And the strike 1 pitch, breaking ball down and in at the ankles. 1 ball and 1 strike. Stults, as we mentioned earlier, pitched in Japan for Hiroshima. He was in 21 games, and he was 6-10 over there with an ERA of 5. Eric ready. Left-hander's 1-1 pitch is swung on. Big chopper to third. Headley is on it, guns it to first, and that's that. Dodgers leave A.J. at third. And at the end of 3, a 1-1 tie. Proud to support youth baseball in cities and towns across the country. And by Farmer John. Taste the local flavor. 4th inning in a 1-1 tie. A couple of notes. Joey Votto of Cincinnati was activated for tonight's game with Philadelphia. He wasn't in the lineup. Hasn't played since the middle of July. But without Votto, the Reds still went 32-16. Jay Bruce played, hit his 31st home run. Aroldis Chapman picked up his 35th save. Reds beat the Phillies 2-1. Why the talk about the Reds? Because when the Dodgers go on the road, they have 3 games to play with the Reds on the heels of having played the Washington Nationals. Clayton Kershaw pitching now to Carlos Quinton, who grounded out. One other note. Do you remember the middle of July? when the Yankees were 10 games in front leading the East. Well, they've been caught tonight. No balls, 1 strike. Next one, 1-1. Yankees lost to Tampa Bay. Baltimore beat Toronto 12-0. The Yankees are also only a game and a half ahead of the Rays. 2-1 the count. It looks like, among other exciting news about next year, the Dodgers will play in Yankee Stadium for 2 games, and the Yankees will come to Dodger Stadium for 2 games. And Don Mattingly will go up against his old club. Quinton, Grandal, and Alonso. 4th inning, a 1-1 tie. Two and 1. Fouled away. Carlos Quinton, a fine ball player. He's another fellow at Tommy John surgery. He went to school at Stanford. He had the surgery in July of 2003. He's from Bellflower and lives in Chula Vista. Line foul outside of third. For Quinton, he had a couple of fine years with the White Sox. 1 year, 36 home runs, 100 runs batted in. Another year, 26 home runs, 87 runs batted in. Carlos, 6'1", 225, just turned 30. Almost hit the knuckles. Ball 3. One run and 2 hits for each side with a home run. DeNorfia and Ethier, the right fielders. 3-2 to Carlos. Looked like a bad ball, and he struck out. A little annoyed at himself, I believe. 1 away. Say, friends, don't forget tomorrow, fans with the first 50,000 tickets at the game receive their very own Hello Kitty tote bag. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotions. 3rd strikeout for Clayton. Here's Grandal, who walked his first at bat. Strike. 0-1. Yasmani Grandal. And hits it by the mound up the middle, base hit. So he has a walk and a single, and he also picked off Mark Ellis at third base in the first inning. So he's starting off on a lovely evening. Kershaw now working on Yonder Alonso. Grandal at first base does not do any base stealing. Alonso flied to center in the second inning. Remember, he broke his bat and hit a long fly ball to right center field. You wonder how far he might have hit it if the bat hadn't broken. Coming into the game, Grandal 2 for 3 against Kershaw. So he takes the lead, and Alonso trying to advance him. Check swing, a look at third. No swing, says Ron Kolpa. 2 balls and no strikes to Yonder Alonso. Two and 0. Off the plate, ball 3. Tell you a player who helped Yonder Alonso just before the 2008 season, Alex Rodriguez, who was working out at the university, began to work out with Yonder and gave him a lot of advice. 3-0. Let's see if they let him swing. He looks. 3-1. Yonder said with Alex Rodriguez, you would start the workout at 5 a.m. 7 days a week, and you would work out till at least noon every day. He hits a drive into the gap in left center. Kemp is going to make a backhanded effort and miss the ball. On his way to third is Grandal, and he will stop on the long double into the gap in left center. So Matt Kemp giving it his best shot, but unable to make the catch. Watching Matt rub at his left knee. That's the effort. Now coming over is Victorino. Had to jump over Matt's body to get the ball back in. That saved the run for the moment anyway. So Alonso a long double to left center. Stopping at third is Grandal with one out. And the batter will be Cameron Maybin. Second and third, one out, fourth inning, and a 1-1 tie. Cameron Maybin hitting to a force play in the second inning. Maybin came into the game just 2 for 13 against Kershaw. Backs off, takes a strike. Maybin hit into a force play. Looked like a double play, but he runs so well, and he was able to turn it instead into a force. No balls and one strike. Infield is back with one out. 0-2 to Cameron Maybin. Up north, we can duck in a little play-by-play. Aaron Hill singled. Justin Upton singled into third. Kubel struck out. Goldschmidt doubled Hill home. Upton went to third. D-backs are leading 2-1 and still hitting. In the dirt. Nice block by Ellis. Clayton Kershaw with a runner at third. He has 5 wild pitches and 2 balks. 1-2 trying to put Cameron Maybin away. Down the line comes Grandal. Check swing. They look. No swing, says Jim Wolf, Randy's brother. 2 balls and 2 strikes they count to Cameron Maybin. So in the inning, Quinton struck out, Grandal singled, and Alonso doubled into left center, with Grandal the catcher stopping at third. So Maybin and then Everett Cabrera on deck. 2-2. Fouled off. Maybin, a fine center fielder, has a lot of speed. Those watching him every day say he is improving every day. Originally signed by the Tigers. Made it briefly 5 years ago to Detroit. Then spent a few years with the Marlins. And now with San Diego. 2-2 to Cameron Maybin. 1 out, second and third. Fast one swung on and missed. So Maybin strikes out. 4 strikeouts for Kershaw. Hard breaking ball in the dirt. Now Everett Cabrera. Cabrera, a tough little hitter, and we certainly don't mean to demean him when we say tough little hitter. He's hitting .231, 2 home runs, 21 runs batted in. Cabrera is 5'8", about 160. A threat to bunt. In fact, Luis Cruz plays on the edge of the grass. Adrian Gonzalez comes up a little bit. A high strike, 0-1. Everett Cabrera is from Nicaragua, originally signed by the Rockies and grew up idolizing Rafael Furcal. Here he is playing shortstop in the big leagues. 0-1 the count. Cabrera is 25 years old. He'll be 26 middle of November. Oh and 1. And another strike. Cabrera actually answered a newspaper ad in Managua, Nicaragua, to try out for the Colorado Rockies. And then he really turned heads. He was running 60 yards in 6.7 seconds, throwing better than average, and they signed him. He's in a hole here, 0-2. Second and third, 2 out, fourth inning, a 1-1 tie. Outfield shallow. Kershaw now talking to AJ. A vast number of major league ball players from Nicaragua have been pitchers. The one countryman who certainly resonated with Cabrera trying to make it as a non-pitcher, you may remember the outfielder Marvin Bernard with the Giants. All right, 0-2. Ball 1. One run, 4 hits for the Padres. 1 run, 2 hits for the Dodgers. Breaking ball got him. Slow curveball. Cabrera strikes out. Kershaw strikes out the side. Padres leave runners at second and third, and it's still a 1-1 tie. Cable. Enjoy all the things you love better. Internet, TV, and home phone from Time Warner Cable. And by Honda. Visit your Honda dealer right now for great deals. Only a Honda is a Honda. Bottom of the fourth inning in a 1-1 tie. Clayton Kershaw laboring to get out of the inning. He made 24 pitches, and in 4 innings, he has now made 66 pitches. He is even 1-1, and in the bottom of the fourth inning, Gonzalez, Kemp, and Ramirez. By the way, after Miguel Montero was intentionally walked to load the bases up north, Ryan Wheeler popped out to third, and with 2 out, John McDonald singled in 2, and Arizona now leads the Giants 4-1, middle of the third inning. Of course, yesterday, Arizona blew a 7-4 lead and went down to defeat, but we'll watch that carefully. Slow breaking ball fouled away. 0-1. Gonzalez flied to right field in the first inning, 0 for 1. Off the plate. 1 run, 4 hits for the Padres. They have left 4. 1 run, 2 hits for the Dodgers. They've left 1. DeNorfie a home run, Ethier a home run. Adrian hitting .209. And bangs it to center for a base hit. Adrian Gonzalez is actually hitting left-handers better than right-handers. But 10 of his 16 home runs have been hit right-handed. So a leadoff single for Gonzalez, and that will bring up a struggling Matt Kemp. Matt is 2 for 17. Grounded to short in the second inning. So his average taking a beating. It's down to 325. Gonzalez does have 1 stolen base, but he doesn't usually run. Adrian held on by Alonso. Bottom of the 4th. Fastball and a drive to center, but playable. Cameron Maben is right there. 40,000 people looking at that with their hearts. It was just a fly ball. So 1 away. Hanley Ramirez coming up. Hanley Ramirez grounded to short in the second inning, 0 for 1. Hanley with 24 home runs, 84 runs batted in. 9 home runs in his last 18 games, 10 home runs in the 38 games with the Dodgers. In fact, 4 of his last 8 hits have been home runs. He leads the majors with 18 game-winning RBIs this year. Off speed, the slow freight at 67. 0-1. One ball and 1 strike. Eric Stults and Yasmani Grandal, the battery. Tomorrow night, Clayton Richard and Aaron Harang. Clayton Richard is 12-12. He is a solid left-hander. One run, 4 hits for the Padres. 1 run, 3 hits for the Dodgers. 2-1. Almost looked like he turned that pitch over, but it wasn't a screwball. Came out there 79 miles an hour. His changeup, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Two and 1. Change, slow curveball. 2-2. That thing must look like a basketball coming up. 2-2 to Hanley. In June, when Stults was pitching, he went on the DL. He strained the left lateral muscle just throwing a normal bullpen. Kind of a freakish thing. He felt a tug in the back of his shoulder. He was on the DL from the 7th of June to the 22nd of July. Been an up and down career for Eric. One reason, of course, He cannot throw that hard consistently. Contact pitchers really have a tough time. There's the fastball at 91. He uses that sparingly, and that was on the heels of a 67-mile-an-hour pitch. So the 91 probably looked more like 95. 2-2 to Hanley Ramirez. Stults so far this year is pitching better in the middle innings compared to last year and in his career. Slow freight, foul ball, still 2-2. Hanley Ramirez kind of walking around thinking, what do I do? Trying to catch a butterfly. I mean, he wound up on a 66-mile-an-hour pitch and dribbled it up along first base. Two and two, one out. Gonzalez at first. Showing the fastball at 90 and make sure it's out of the strike zone. 3-2. Ramirez, who homered yesterday, also struck out 3 times in that game. So with Hanley, you never can tell. Ramirez has struck out 104 times. Dodgers have 2. Andre Ethier. Of course, Matt Kemp, if he was playing a full year, he'd be right there with him, of course. 3-2. Off speed, fouled away. Matt Kemp has been in 82 games, and he has struck out 74 times. Matt right now doesn't care about striking out. He'd like to get some base hits. He has 2 hits in his last 18 at-bats. They all go through it. That's Dave Hansen, the batting coach, alongside of him. 3-2. They weren't running Gonzalez. He's not going now. And there's a slow ground ball to Headley. They get one. Too late at first. Never had a chance. The ball wasn't hit hard enough. So Ramirez forcing Gonzalez. 5-4. 2 down. And Andre Ethier coming up. Second inning. 2 out bases empty. And Andre unloaded. The 1,000th career hit. And he made it a home run to tie up the game. What was it Yogi was supposed to have said? Deja vu all over again. Hitting .468 for the last 2 weeks, including 5 home runs and 11 runs batted in. Two out in a 1-1 tie. Ramirez at first, putting a little more heat on Stults. Slow breaking ball for a strike at 68. Boy, you talk about finesse. Stults into the 4th inning with 2 out. Does not have a strikeout. We told you he rarely strikes out as many as 5. Ramirez has stolen 16 out of 21. Shows the fastball away. 1-1. Hanley shaking his head. Talking about those 66 and 67 mile-an-hour pitches. When you look at Stults, you think, well, here's a big, strong guy who can throw the ball through a brick wall. Eric is an even 6, at least 215 pounds. He'll be 33 in December. If you're from Indiana, I guess you know where it is. He went to Bethel College in Mishawaka, which is just outside of South Bend. 1-1. Fastball, the rare one that he throws where the hitter might go after it. Location was good. Down and in. 1-2 the count to Andre Ethier. Luis Cruz on deck. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The Padres, as we have told you, they're a running ball club, but the opposition has run them. Padres have 123 stolen bases, the opposition 127. So when they play a lot of teams, it's a relay race. 1 and 2, time at the plate. A little too long. Stults is due to lead off for the Padres 5th inning, despite the fact he struck out. Pretty good hitter. Andre hitting .295. Fouled away. Still 1 and 2. Tomorrow night, the concluding game of the series. Clayton Richard, Aaron Harang. Dodgers on Thursday will then go up to San Francisco. Friday night, game 1 of the series. It'll be Josh Beckett for the Dodgers, and it will be Tim Lincecum for the Giants. 1 and 2. There goes Ramirez, breaking ball low, throw is late. Hanley is in there with his 17th stolen base. Pretty good play by Grandal. Just didn't get a good pitch to handle to get the runner. Got to go down backhanded, come up throwing. Right on the money, but late. So Ethier trying to pick him up now. 1-1 tie in the 4th. Giants have scored, bottom of the 3rd. D-backs lead 4-2. And a little comebacker on that slow curve at 69 miles an hour. Guaranteed he's going to have the hitters talking to themselves. So no runs ahead, a man left, and it's still 1-1. Dodgers and the Cardinals, and fans with the first 30,000 tickets receive their very own Dodgers fleece blanket, compliments of Carl's Jr. For tickets, visit Dodgers.com/promotion. 1-1, 5th inning. Eric Stults followed by Chris Denorfia, and then Logan Forsythe.
Pitcher, number 53, Eric Stults.
So Stults swinging a pretty good bat, 389, and a strike. A report from upstairs, AT&T Park. It was 4-1. Then Scutaro doubled in a run. That made it 4-2 in favor of the D-backs. Sandoval with 2 out walked. That put the tying run on base for Buster Posey. Posey reached on an error by Ryan Wheeler at third to load the bases for Hunter Pence with 2 out. 1-2 the count. Pence hit the ball hard, but he lined it right at Upton in right field. So at the end of 3 innings, it's 4-2 Arizona. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Curve ball, see you later. Oh yeah, big rainbow curve at 73. Stults, all he could do is look at it. 6 strikeouts. So Clayton Kershaw needs 2 more to get to 200 for the 3rd straight year. And we told you, should he get 8 strikeouts tonight, he would join Sandy Koufax, Don Drysdale, Hideo Nomo, and Fernando Valenzuela. 3 200 strikeout seasons in a row. Yes, he is in fine company. Here's Denorfia, homered and struck out. First ball hitter. He's notorious for that. He hit the first pitch for a home run. Swung and missed the first pitch in the 3rd inning. Swung and missed the first pitch here in the 5th. 0-1. Not only a first ball hitter, but as we mentioned, a very successful one. And a straight change for a strike. And now he's in a hole. Denorfia from Bristol, Connecticut. Ground ball off the glove of Kershaw, slowed down for Ramirez to throw him out. So Clayton gets the assist. It's a 1-6-3 play, and we have 2 out in the 5th. Ball had to be barehanded by Ramirez. That's just what he did. So 2 out. Logan Forsythe, the batter. Forsythe hit back to the box, and last time up, single to right. And a strike. When Forsythe got that base hit in the 3rd inning, he is now hit safely in 8 straight. For about 20 games now, he's hitting .345, so he's a hot hitter up there. One ball and 1 strike. And he bounced a fastball. 2-1. Forsythe playing over Alexei Amarista. Amarista went 0 for 4 yesterday after having 5 hits in Colorado. He's a left-handed batter, so he sits down. 2-1. Ball 3. Kershaw has struck out 6. He walked Grandal starting off the 2nd inning. The only walk that he's allowed. And he walks another. So Forsythe, the 2nd walk. Kershaw now will have to pitch to Chase Headley. Chase Headley hitting just .200. He was 7 for 35 coming into the game against Kershaw. And he is 0 for 2 tonight. Forsythe runs well. And as a hopper to third, Cruz will go the short way to Mark Ellis. And that's that. No runs, no hits, a man left at the end of 4 1/2, a 1-1 tie. California Lottery's new Strike It Rich Scratchers. Please play responsibly. Must be 18 or older to play. Bottom of the fifth inning in a 1-1 tie. Clayton Kershaw now has gone through a tough five. He has not retired the order. He has not had a 1-2-3 inning. He's allowed 4 hits. He has also struck out 6. And he has made 79 pitches through the 5 innings. One thing that has helped Kershaw tonight as he watches Victorino and Ramirez, Clayton has gotten the first pitch strike to 19 of the 21 hitters. Well, that reminds us of the way Werner pitched yesterday. 0-1. Ground ball in the left field. So Luis Cruz was robbed of a hit by Headley in the second inning. Continues his great hitting as he singles to left.
Catcher number 17, A.J. Ellis.
So Stults pitching out of a stretch now to A.J. Ellis. By the way, Aaron Hill up north has knocked Ryan Vogelsong out of the game with a 2-run home run, his 21st home run of the year. Arizona now leading the Giants 6-2, top of the 4th inning. So here is Ellis walked in the 3rd. And a high fly ball into left center, playable. Maben is there, tagging up his Cruz, but he'll hold on a strong throw. One hopper into second base. So Ellis just got under it, one away. Nice quick release by Maben. And here is Kershaw, who sacrificed in the 3rd inning. Clayton's been swinging the bat well, but he has 13 sacrifices. He has 11 hits, one of them a double, 1 run batted in, and he has struck out about 30% of the time. And let's see if he tries to bunt him with 1 out. No, runner goes, full swing foul. So they run Cruz. Lewis checking to see if that play might be on again. Cruz 2-1 as far as stolen bases. Clayton showing bunt. 0-1. Now he takes the bat back. Now the bunt. Got it down. They're going to let it roll foul. So Kershaw back to try it again. No balls and 2 strikes for Clayton. Luis Cruz returns to first. Dodgers 1 run, 4 hits, no errors. The Padres 1 run, 4 hits, no errors. Dodgers a home run by Ethier. Padres a home run by Denorfia. We'll see now if Clayton tries to get the bunt down with 2 strikes. Cruz doesn't go. The bunt fouled away, so Clayton strikes out. A reminder, you can become a Dodger season ticket holder today. Receive tickets to the final 10 home games and exclusive access to a postseason pre-on sale with a deposit for 2013, all starting at $11 per game. For more information, be sure to visit Dodgers.com/season ticket. The strikeout on the foul bunt is the only strikeout Eric Stults has, so you have the idea. So far, finesse, and it's getting him by. Slow breaking ball low, ball 1, 65. Ellis doubled, was picked off 3rd, and in the 3rd inning hit back to the box. Two out, 5th inning, 1-1. And the fastball in, 1-1. Doesn't throw many, and he rarely throws it for a strike. Eric Stults. 2 out. Cruz taking a pretty good lead. Another fastball. 1-2 the count. Mark Ellis batting .265. 5 home runs, 28 runs batted in. 5th inning in a 1-1 tie. Fouled away. Last night the Dodgers were a little bit mystified by Werner. Tonight Stults is finessing into the 5th inning. But tomorrow night it will be a different story. Tomorrow night it'll be Clayton Richard, who throws hard. One and two the count. Fastball in a good spot. That's as hard as he has thrown tonight. That was a 92-mile-an-hour fastball. Grandal probably going out there and saying, where'd that come from? Now coming over from third is Chase Headley. Coming in is the shortstop Cabrera. I think they want to know what pitch is coming up. What have you decided to serve? Makes a big difference. And of course, infielders are always wanting to know the pitch. Most of the time, they can read the sign. Forsythe, meanwhile, stays his ground. But Headley and Cabrera very interested with the right hand hitting Mark Ellis. 1-2 the count. Luis Cruz came into the game hitting .308. He is 1 for 2, and he was actually robbed by Headley. He could have been 2 for 2. Slow breaking ball turned on and pulled into the dugout. That thing came right in on the hands. If you look up the report on Stults, you'll read fastball, curveball, cutter, and a changeup. You know who helped him a lot in his minor league career and even with the Dodgers? Rick Honeycutt. Fastball, and that's going to go foul. So still 1-2 the count. Luis Cruz at first, 2 out. 5th inning in a 1-1 tie. On deck, Shane Victorino. Fastball, pop foul, and out of play. That was 91. So all of a sudden he's above 90 to Mark Ellis. He had a 92-mile-an-hour fastball, now 91. So far, it's been an 8-pitch at bat, and Mark Ellis has fouled off 6 of the pitches. 1-2. And that's going to go into right center. There's nobody there. Over to cut it off is Maben. Cruz is on his way to third. A long single for Mark Ellis. Nice play by Maben to get over there and hold it to a single. So Ellis is 2 for 3. Maben got it back in so that Cruz had to stop at third. 2 out, and Victorino Sacrifice, grounded to third. Second time tonight the Dodgers have had a runner at third. The other time Ellis was picked off. Mark, that is. So here's Victorino. And ball one. Now the ball thrown in the Padre bullpen. So far, Stults has made 74 pitches in the game. Dodgers at first and third, 2 out in a 1-1 tie. Fastball strike, and right there at 90 again. So Eric Stults, who pitched for the Dodgers, he was 8-10 in his career with the club, and he was a break-even 5-5 here at Dodger Stadium. 1-1 the count to Victorino. Slow breaking ball, foul back out of play. That drops all the way back down. So from a 90-mile-an-hour fastball to a 67-mile-an-hour breaking ball. Cruz at third, Mark Ellis at first. 2-2. Waiting on deck, Adrian Gonzalez. Up north, Arizona leading the Giants 6-2 in the 4th inning. All right, deuce is wild here. Ground ball to short. Cabrera the feed quickly to Forsythe, and the Dodgers no runs, 2 hits and 2 left, and at the end of 5, a 1-1 tie. Willie Davis. I mean, he talked with a low voice. And Willie wore number 3, and we called him the 3 Dog. Well, he was a very exciting player. He had a 31-game hitting streak. At the time, the longest since Tommy Holmes had a 37-game streak in the National League. Well, on this day, the Dodgers played the San Diego Padres. They shut out the Dodgers 3-0, and Willie's streak was over. Let's go back to this one. Interesting, too, that the 3 Dog will have his streak broken, and the final score 3-0. Kershaw in a 1-1 tie, and ball 1. Carlos Quentin grounded to third. struck out in the 4th inning. Clayton has 6 strikeouts. Quinton hitting .262. Foul back for Eric Stults. He has now made 78 pitches, but he's had 10 ground balls. There have only been 3 swings and misses. There have been 17 foul balls against him. But of course, with the off-speed stuff, as we said, he rarely strikes out people. But he's doing a terrific job holding the Dodgers to a run in 5 hits through 5 innings. And the only run, the home run by Ethier. Kershaw has gotten a first pitch strike to 20 of the 22 hitters. He has now made 83 pitches. 2-2 the count. Curveball whacked to left field. A 1 bouncer into the stands. So it's a double for Carlos Quentin. Remember, we told you that Kershaw has changed, that last year he threw his curveball 1 every 16 pitches. This year, 1 every 9. Of course, he got burned on the fastball to Denorfia. But Quinton on the curveball, a 1-hopper into the seats for the double. So a tiebreaker in scoring position. Remember, however, Quinton didn't play yesterday starting because he has a sore right knee. So we'll see how tough it is to pick him up. Grandal has a walk and a single, hitting .277. Ball 1. More than that, with that base hit that Grandal got in the 4th, he is 3 for 4 in his career against Kershaw. 1-0. Oh, what was that pitch? Wow. That was 49 miles. I'm not quite sure what that was. I don't know if Clayton knows. That's not Kershaw. The gun says 49 miles an hour. Vicente Padilla, where are you with that soap bubble? I always remember the classic story, true story, of the Dodger pitcher with the bases loaded, a very feared hitter at the plate, and the pitcher let loose a pitch, and the Dodger catcher let out a scream. The hitter was so startled he backed away, and the catcher ran out and said, "What was that?" And the pitcher said, "My screwball." And the catcher said, "You don't have a screwball." And the pitcher said, "I know. I figured he wouldn't be looking for it." Well, that reminded me of that because of that 49 mile an hour, whatever it was. Now he hits 94 on the gun, and it's a 2-1 count to Grandal with Alonso on deck. 1-1, 6th inning. Fastball sliced foul down the line. So he's coming back with a heat, 94, 93, and a 2-2 count. So Quentin doubled on the curve. Grandal has been getting fastballs, except for that whatever pitch. 2-2. Fastball fouled away. Some folks who are just learning the game would look out and see Quentin at second base. And you can see him carrying his gloves, and you might wonder, why is he doing that? It gives you something to hold on to so that when you slide, you don't drag your hands. You instinctively raise them off the ground to hold on what you're carrying. They've been doing that for 100 years, or at least since batting gloves came in. Off speed, nice little bit of hitting to get his man over to third. He had to go down to get that breaking ball. So a nice bit of hitting by Yasmani Grandal, who's going to get a treatment in the dugout. That was a fine at bat and a very tough pitch to handle. I mean, if you looked in now, you'd think he just hit a home run. Very good bit of hitting. So 1 out. Quinton is at third, and Alonso trying to pick him up. Yonder hitting .272, 7 home runs. Dodger infield comes up. And a ground ball down to Ellis. Runner has to hold out at first. So Alonso can't pick him up. Didn't waste much time either. First ball swinging. For Kershaw, he has now moved up to 91 pitches. And here's Maben, who has hit into a force play with a runner at first and struck out with runners at second and third. Cameron Maben. 1 run, 5 hits, no errors for each side. Quinton short lead at third. Ground ball foul. 0-1. So Quinton opens up with a double. Grandal grounds out to get him to third. Alonso hits a ground ball to the drawn in second baseman, though Quinton is still there. Kershaw, again, as we mentioned earlier, has 5 wild pitches, so he has to be very careful. 0-1. Fastball at 93. No balls and 2 strikes to Cameron Maben. Maben has struck out 95 times, and he's on the edge right now, 0-2. 1-1 tie, top of the 6th. Arizona leading the Giants 6-2. Fouled off. They're in the bottom of the 5th up there in AT&T Park. Don't forget tomorrow night here, Clayton Richard, Aaron Harang. 0-2 to Maben. Breaking ball got him. So Maben strikes out a second time. He's had a tough night. He's left runners at second and third, and at third, and it's still 1-1. Your Southern California Lexus dealer, who invites you to test drive a luxurious Lexus today. Visit Lexus.com. And by Sports Authority, the official sporting goods retailer of the Los Angeles Dodgers. Tough ball game. Padres got a run in the first inning. Kristen Orfia hit a home run. Bottom of the second inning, Andre Ethier hit a home run, and it's 1-1 bottom of the 6th. Padres had several opportunities to give Eric Stults a lead, but in the 4th inning, 2nd and 3rd, Kershaw struck out Maben and Cabrera. In the 6th inning with Quinton at third, he struck out Maben again. So now it will be Adrian Gonzalez followed by Matt Kemp. Adrian flied to right, single to center, breaking ball, strike. 0-1. Totals are identical. 1 run, 5 hits, no errors. Oh and 2. Eric Stults. Kind of nice to see a fella come back who's been bounced all over the lot, including to Japan, and pitching well. 5-2 coming into this game. Ball 1. For Stults, in 34 career starts, he has struck out more than 5 only twice. Tonight he has only 1 strikeout. 2-2. For Eric, in his last 5 starts, opponents are hitting 175. 2-2. Fastball whacked down the left field line. That'll go in the corner. So you throw a 91-mile-an-hour fastball for a strike, and it's the old line about trying to throw a lamb chop by a wolf. So Gonzalez strokes it into left for a leadoff double. Kemp, Ramirez, and Ethier now trying to pick him up.
Center fielder number 27, Matt Kemp.
So it's a double in left field for Adrian Gonzalez, 2 for 3. Matt Kemp is 2 for 18. He has grounded to short, fly to center, batting .324. Another note about Eric Stults going into this game. Opponents are 1 for 17 with runners in scoring position. Ball 1. For the Dodgers, they have made noise without making much production, because in 6 innings, the leadoff man has gotten aboard in 5 of the 6 innings. 1 ball and no strikes. Fastball hit into right field. Gonzalez will go to third and hold. So every time now he tries to throw that pitch by the Dodger hitter instead of trying to fool him, he's punished. A double to left and a single to right. First and third, nobody out. Ramirez, Ethier, and Cruz coming up.
Shortstop number 13, Henry Ramirez.
So the Dodgers now 7 hits, but only 1 run. Hanley Ramirez grounded to short. Hit into a fielder's choice. Big crowd alive right now. Matt Kemp certainly will give him something else to think about. Matt has stolen 9 out of 12. So first and third, nobody out, and a home run hitter at the plate in Hanley Ramirez, who has 24. Slow breaking ball to third, and they have got Adrian run down, tagged out by the catcher. Kemp will go to second on the fielder's choice. So Ramirez, a high hopper to Headley, and for the second time tonight, the Dodgers have a man picked off third and run down from third. That throw by Headley almost got away, but Grandal made a good play. So Stults gets an out. Runners at first and second, one out. And the batter will be Andre Ethier. Ethier hit the home run and hit back to the box. So Kemp at second, Ramirez at first, one out. Though the Dodgers have a lot of speed out there. Ramirez has stolen 17. Kemp has stolen 9. Slow breaking ball lifted to right field, but very playable. The right fielder DeNorthia has the easy play, and he hollered Forsythe off the ball. 2 out, and they leave it up to Luis Cruz. Luis Cruz came into the game hitting .308. He was robbed of a hit by Headley in the second inning and then singled in the fifth. So he has his batting average at a lofty .310. So Stults trying to dazzle his way out of a very tough spot. First and third, nobody out. So far, so good. Ramirez and Ethier didn't waste any time. They went after the first pitch. We'll see what Cruz does. Ball 1. Stults is due to bat second in the 7th. Adrian Gonzalez nailed between third and home on the ball hit by Ramirez. Ball 2. Stults would appear to be measuring every pitch, inch by inch, thought by thought. 89 pitches now. Grandal signaling he'll go over the signs again. Two and 0. Fastball hit in the air to center. Maben is there. So the Dodgers blow a great opportunity, and Eric Stults turns in a dandy of an inning. No runs, 2 hits, and 2 left. And at the end of 6, a 1-1 tie. Eric Stults has 1. And the one strikeout that Stults has, remember, was Kershaw bunting foul for the third strike. So you have two different pitchers, even though they're both left-handed. One throws hard, lives by the strikeout, one away from 200 strikeouts, and the other has to be absolutely perfect, like a surgeon dissecting the strike zone, and that's Stults. So they're locked up. It's quite an interesting duel. The very contrast makes it so interesting. And here we go into the seventh inning. Everett Cabrera hit into a force play and struck out, will lead it off. Kershaw checking to make sure everybody's ready to go. Cabrera, a threat to bunt. Shows bunt. 1 ball and no strikes. Andy Perino comes out on deck. He's going to bat for Eric Stults. 92-mile-an-hour fastball. So Perino will be hitting for Eric, who pitched exceptionally well against his old ball club, made 90 pitches, and will give way to the pinch hitter. That's foul. For the Dodgers, thoroughly frustrated by the soft stuff served up by Eric Stults. Not only that, they have to kick themselves for missed opportunities. The Dodgers are 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position. They've all had a shot at it. Gonzalez has singled and doubled, but they can't advance him. Still 1-2 to Everett Cabrera. Kershaw now at 99 pitches. One and two. Pulled. Oh, what a play by Cruz. Wow. Well, that's a double save for sure. Cabrera would have easily hustled to second base. What a play. What reaction by a big leaguer. Marvelous. Now, Perino has been called away. And Jesus Guzman will come up. So Guzman hitting .253. Jesus from Venezuela. He certainly paid his dues. He spent 10 years in the minor leagues. Strike. Guzman has 10 pinch hits, including 2 home runs. 1-1. In fact, what numbers he has: 10 hits, 2 home runs, and 11 runs batted in, coming off the bench. One and one. Ball 2, 2-1. Guzman plays first and third and left field. All those positions firmly occupied by others, so he didn't get much of a chance. 2-1. Last year, during a 76-game stretch with San Diego, no other major leaguer had a higher average with runners in scoring position than Jesus Guzman. He hit .431. Little foul out of play, 3-2. Guzman very much of an offensive force, not rated highly as a fielder, especially because of poor footwork. Giants looked at him as a first baseman. Played a little left field for the Padres. They are desperate to get his bat in the lineup, but they haven't really been able to do it. But he can hit. Fastball got him. And Kershaw, with over 100 pitches, hits 93, and he now has reached 200 strikeouts with his 8th strikeout of this game. 200 for the 3rd year in a row, joining Sandy, Hideo, Big Don, Fernando. Pretty good list of players. Chris Denorfia homered on the first pitch of the game, a fastball. That's ball 1, slider. Since then, struck out, hit back to the box. Oh and 1. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 7th inning, Ellis, Kershaw spot, and Mark Ellis. 107 pitches by Clayton. Ball 2. For Clayton, 107. His high this year would be 120. That was against the Phillies in the middle of July. 2-0. And ball 3. So behind on fastballs, 3-0 to Denorfia. 2 out in the 7th, and a 1-1 tie. Well, that's something. He missed every pitch on fastballs, even though he was throwing 93 and 94. And remember, it was a fastball that Denorfia hit for the home run to start off the game. So Clayton has walked 3, struck out 8, and the batter will be Logan Forsythe. I think more than anything, AJ's out there just to give him a breather. Logan Forsythe hit back to the box, single to right, and walked. And the Dodgers begin to stir in the bullpen. There's no one throwing yet, but they are moving around a little. So Forsythe at the plate with Headley on deck. 2 out, 1-1 tie. Padres had a chance to break through in the 4th inning and again in the 6th and came up empty. Denorfia is another fellow who runs well. He has stolen 9 out of 12. Matt Guerrier gets up in the Dodger bullpen. Kershaw has now made 111 pitches. From the looks of things, the Dodgers would hope that Clayton could make it through the inning. Then they would bat for him, since he is due up second in the bottom half. Well, the Giants coming back. Bottom of the 6th inning, they were down 6-2. Hunter Pence, who had lined out with the bases loaded earlier, doubled to score Sandoval. Brandon Belt then hit one into McCovey Cove with Pence aboard, and the Diamondbacks' lead is 6-5 in the bottom of the 6th. That's a strike. Logan Forsythe batting .279, 3 home runs, 15 runs batted in. Denorfia has a good lead. Kershaw watching him. Bad ball and gets away. Going down to second is Denorfia, and he's in there. Oh, 2 the count to Logan Forsythe, going after a bad ball in the dirt that got away, and down to second goes a potential tie-breaking run into Northfield. Be a wild pitch, that curveball in the dirt. So the Padres had a runner at second in the third inning, and Headley grounded out. Second and third, one out, and Maben and Cabrera struck out. They had Quentin lead off the sixth with a double and got as far as third. Now they have a runner at second with two out in the seventh. So the Dodgers are 1 for 8 with runners in scoring position, and the Padres are just as frustrated. 1-2 to Logan Forsythe. Bad ball. Wow. Chased another one. He's lucky he got a piece of it, and he's still up there, 1-2. Dodgers are 1 for 8. The Padres are 0 for 4. And for the Padres, 0 for 4 with runners in scoring position. 3 of those 0-fers were strikeouts. One and two to Forsythe. Chased 2 breaking balls in the dirt. And a bad at-bat for the second baseman. So Forsythe strikes out. They leave yet another man in scoring position. And at the end of 6.5, it's still a 1-1 tie. Eric Stults has called it a night, and from the looks of things, that will also mean Clayton Kershaw will be coming out, because we have A.J. Ellis and Adam Kennedy is on deck. Dale Thayer is from Fountain Valley, lives in Huntington Beach, went to Chico State, a graduate of Edison High School before going on to Chico. And the Padres drafted him as a free agent about 9 years ago. So Thayer getting ready to pitch. A.J. Ellis Basically fastball, slider, and a changeup. Thayer made 8 pitches last night to get 2 outs. That was in the 8th inning. So Dale about ready, and A.J. Ellis checks in. And the fastball at 95 moves him around. 1 ball and no strikes. Kershaw wound up making 116 pitches. Second high of the year. Fastball strike. Stults made 90 pitches, and they walk off 1-1. Thayer is 32 years old. First came up to the big leagues with Tampa Bay. Then 1 year with the Mets. 2-1 the count. Two and one. And Thayer now behind 3-1 to A.J. Ellis. In looking at Thayer's important numbers, he has 10 walks, 37 strikeouts, and less hits than innings pitched. 3-1. Another strike. Down in the Padre bullpen, they have Brad Boyberger, a right-hander, and the veteran left-hander Joe Thatcher. So Boxberger down there with Thatcher. Ground ball wide to third in the hole. Cabrera, a long bounce throw. Safe. So A.J. Ellis legs it out on a ball hit to the hole. Cabrera did well to make it close. From the grass, off balance throw, and he just beat the hop. So now Adam Kennedy coming off the bench to bat for Clayton Kershaw. Kennedy hitting .262, but he's another successful pinch hitter. He has 8 hits and a run batted in. So Kershaw hoping to get a victory, but he has to get it here in the 7th inning. Towering foul out of play. The Dodgers, in a sense, have had a maddening game because the Padre pitchers have violated the #1 commandment: get the first man. Well, the Dodgers have had the leadoff man on base 6 of the 7 innings, and they have 1 run. Oh, 0-1. A bunt and a good one. Grandal's play is to first. So Kennedy moves Ellis along. Dodgers now have another man in scoring position. And remember, they're 1 for 8. So Mark Ellis, who has doubled and singled in 3 trips, coming up. Mark Ellis 0 for 2 against Thayer. Struck out against him last night, or yesterday afternoon, however you want to look at it. 5 o'clock game. And a strike. 0-1. Thayer keeping the ball down, throwing 93. Oh, 0-1 to Ellis. 0-2. Padres had Denorfia homer leading off the game, and then Andre Ethier homered with 2 out in the 2nd, and they're locked in 1-1. Padres have had several opportunities, leaving runner at 2nd, leaving at 2nd and 3rd, leaving a runner at 3rd. 0-2. Ball 1. Dodgers had Mark Ellis picked off third in the first inning. They had A.J. Ellis left at third. They had Cruz left at third. And they had Gonzalez trapped between third and home. Hit down the right field line, slicing towards the foul ground and lands fair. They will stop A.J. Ellis at third on a slicing double by Mark Ellis, his third hit of the night. Boy, that ball could have gone either way, fair or foul, and it just stayed fair. Watch it again. You can see Denorfia in hot pursuit, and it's going to land right there, just about on the chalk. So Ellis certainly will take the fly ball double. It's his third hit. So we'll see now if the Dodgers can finally break through. Second and third, one out. They had first and third and nobody out in the sixth inning. Infield in. Victorino sacrifice grounded out, hit into a force play, and ball one. On deck, Adrian Gonzalez. So Dale Thayer in a mess here. The single by Ellis and the double by Ellis. One ball, no strikes. That's a high strike around the letters. 1-1. They're throwing hard. That was 96. He's not really big. He's 6 feet and about 190. But boy, to hit 96, he's throwing. The outfield shaded to left field. Big gap in right center. 1-1. Shane, a long look at Wallach. A-Day down the line from third. Mark away from second. Foul back. 1-2.
Everybody clap your hands.
Victorino has about almost 600 plate appearances, and he has struck out 69 times. 1-2. And line drive to center, base hit. Maben picks it up. They're going to hold Mark Ellis. A.J. scored. Now they're going after Victorino, but they have to keep an eye at third. They're still going after Victorino, and they're going to wind up at second and third as the Padres let him get away with it. So A.J. Ellis scores on the base hit, and the Dodgers lead 2-1. And the Padres caught thinking they could get Victorino, worrying about Mark Ellis. And when it's all said and done, they come up empty because of Mark Ellis and no one covering second base. And by the time the outfielders come in, it's too late. So Thayer gives up a single, a double, and a single. Dodgers lead 2-1. New pitcher will be right back. Carl's Jr. $6 burgers made with 100% Black Angus beef. And by Dodge. Visit us at Dodge.com or see your local dealers today. Dodgers leading 2-1 in a wild seventh inning. And the veteran left-hander Joe Thatcher coming out of the bullpen to face Adrian Gonzalez. Joe Thatcher, 6'2", 230 from Indianapolis. Went to school at Indiana State but was not drafted. So he played for the River City Bandits in the Frontier League and was finally picked up. Meanwhile, A.J. Ellis scored. Mark Ellis is at third. The lost rundown, Victorino is at second. And with first base open, here's Adrian Gonzalez. And remember, hitting better against left-handers than right. Strike. 0-1. Two runs, 10 hits for the Dodgers. 1 run, 5 hits for the Padres. 0-1. Infield up. Side on breaking ball. 0-2 the count. Gonzalez flied to right. Single to center. Double to left. Got a fastball away in the 6th inning and drilled it into the left field corner. Thatcher will be 31 in October. Became a pro with the Padres in 07. Oh and 2. Sneaks that thing away. 1-2. Joe Thayer, when he arrived in San Diego, he had to go into a bullpen that had been formerly occupied by a very popular reliever, Scott Linebrink. But Joe did his job on the hands. Basically, and Gonzalez knows him very well, you'll get a fastball, you'll get a big sweeping slider. He has a cutter that he uses against right-handers, and a changeup. Best you could say that's in the, the developing stage, okay? 1-2 to Adrian Gonzalez. Fouled away. So Mark Ellis standing at third. Shane Victorino wiggled off the rundown. Meanwhile, Dale Thayer came in, got 1 out, but gave up 3 hits and a run. So sitting quietly after 116 pitches, Kershaw could very well get himself a victory. 1-2. Breaking ball that stayed in. 2-2. And a fly ball to left field. That could be deep enough for sure. Tagging is Mark Ellis, coming and will score. Victorino holds at second, and the Dodgers lead 3-1. If there is a run to be knocked in, Adrian Gonzalez is the guy to do it. Gonzalez now has 50 runs batted in since the All-Star break. And Adrian, with that fly ball, picked up yet another. He has a total of 87 RBIs. That'll be all for Joe Thatcher. They're going to the pen, and we'll be back. your $6 burgers, made with 100% Black Angus beef. By Bacardi. And by Trouble with the Curve from Warner Brothers Pictures in theaters September 21st. With 2 out here in the 7th inning, Adrian Gonzalez picked up the run for the second out to give the Dodgers a 3-1 lead. And now where the inning started with Thayer, then Thatcher, now it's Brad Boxberger. And Brad is a local boy. He was born in Fullerton, went to Foothill High in Tustin, and he also went to USC. The Royals chose him 6 years ago, but he followed his dad going to SC. His father spent 6 years in the Astros organization. Brad became a #1 pick by the Cincinnati Reds. So he will now be facing Matt Kemp with a runner at second, 2 out, and the Dodgers leading 3-1 here in the 7th inning. We can also tell you Ryan Wheeler hit into a double play with men at first and third. Nice play by the Giants shortstop Brandon Crawford that ended the threat. So they're going to the bottom of the 7th inning. Arizona 6 and the Giants 5. And the bottom of the 7th, Angel Pagan started it off with a double. So the tying runs at second base at AT&T Park. Meanwhile, the Dodgers have Victorino at second and Kemp trying to pick him up. Right. Matt was 2 for 18 when he singled to right field in the 6th inning. Oh and 1. Off the plate. Boxberger, basically fastball that's been clocked as high as 96. He has a hard slider. He throws a spike curveball and a changeup. One and 1. That's in there on the outside corner. 1-2 the count to Matt Kemp. Boxberger just turned 24 the end of May. 2 runs are in. Dodgers lead 3-1. 95-mile-an-hour fastball away. Well, we told you Angel Pagan doubled, then Marco Scutaro sacrificed him to third. So the tying run is at third. Pablo Sandoval against Brad Bergeson at AT&T Park. 2-2 to Matt Kemp. Ball 3. On deck, Hanley Ramirez. Padres used 7 pitchers yesterday. They have now used 4 pitchers tonight. 3-2 to Matt. Got him. So Matt Kemp strikes out, leaving Victorino at second base, but the Dodgers get 2. It also means a possible win for Kershaw. They lead 3-1. the mound against Aaron Harang. Richard looking for his 13th win. And big Aaron Harang, who won 14 games when he was a Padres, will now come back and try to haunt them. Aaron will be looking for his 10th win. Meanwhile, up north, we told you Pagan doubled. Scutaro bunted him to third, and Pablo Sandoval picked him up. So for Arizona, they have blown another lead. They were out in front 6-2 in that game, and now it's 6-6. Talking about 6, that's what Boxberger needed, 6 pitches to get the out, striking out Matt Kemp. Chad Headley now becomes a better hitter left-handed against Matt Guerrier. Ball 1. All of Headley's big numbers are hitting left-handed. 291 from this side of the plate, 16 home runs and 55 runs batted in left-handed. 1 ball and no strikes. Right. Dodgers, remember, thought they had it worked out last night. They were bringing in Choate. And there was that line drive off his thumb. So Choate couldn't stay in the game, and there goes Headley. Boy, is he a better hitter left-handed. So Headley is aboard, single to right, and Carlos Quentin coming in. Remember, Matt Guerrier had not pitched since April the 18th, when he was called in to pitch and gave up a home run. Quentin grounded out, struck out, double to left. And a high fly ball, but playable. Starting back and coming in is Victorino. It sounded a heck of a lot better than it was. That really had a loud sound, but it didn't go anywhere. 1 down. In the bottom of the 7th inning, in a 6-6 tie, after Sandoval had knocked in the tying run, Buster Posey hit into a double play to end the inning. So they go to the 8th inning at AT&T Park. Diamondbacks 6, Giants 6. So we'll watch that for you as well as this one. Ball 1. Giants and D-backs have played 10 games, and they have split the 10, 5 apiece. In the Dodger bullpen, Randy Choate and Sean Tollefson. And a high fly ball to right field. Back goes Ethier to the track. At the wall, it is gone. Home run by Yasmani Grandal, who has a walk, a single, and now a game-tying home run. 3-3.
First base number 23, Leader Alonso.
Yasmani Grandal has had quite a night. It started off in the first inning as the catcher when he picked off Mark Ellis at third base. Then he singled in the 4th inning, and now also had a great at-bat in the 6th when he was able to ground Quentin over to third on a pitch that appeared impossible certainly to go the other way with, but he did it. And now here is in the 8th inning, he hits a home run. It's his 7th of the year, and we have a 3-3 tie in the 8th inning. That also means for Clayton Kershaw, after 116 pitches, after having allowed only 1 run, he no longer has a decision. Three runs, 10 hits for the Dodgers. 3 runs, 7 hits for the Padres. That's a strike. 1-2 to Yonder Alonso. Cameron Maben on deck. 1 out, 8th inning. Two and two. So Matt Guerrier certainly suffering, having not pitched since April the 18th. Made his first appearance Friday, and now again tonight. Ball 3. Dodger bullpen is still very questionable. Kenley Jansen has been sidelined. 3-2 the count. Billingsley, Chad's going to receive another injection of platelet-rich plasma. And there's ball 4. So Guerrier has given up a single home run walk. The batter will be Cameron Maben. Mattingly looks restless, and Honeycutt checking the disposition of the bullpen. Mattingly was quoted as saying it's hard to think we're going to get Bills back, meaning Billingsley. So that was a huge blow for the Dodgers to lose Chad. So here's Maben. Maben has been the out man. He hit into a force play in the second inning with a runner on. He struck out with runners at second and third in the fourth, and he struck out with a runner at third in the sixth. One ball and no strikes to Cameron. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 8th, they'll have Ramirez, Ethier, and Cruz. One ball, no strikes. 1-1. Padres scored in the first, home run by Denorfia. Dodgers scored in the second, home run by Ethier. Dodgers scored twice in the seventh. 2 singles, a double, and a scoring fly ball. And the Padres came back with 2 to tie it up. 1-2 the count to Cameron Maben. Alonso at first, 1 out. Little roller up along third. Cruz in a hurry to get him, and Cameron runs well. So Maben grounds out, advancing Alonso to second, and the batter will be Everett Cabrera.
Shortstop number 2, Everett Cabrera.
Cabrera, you may remember, hit what looked like an extra base hit, only to be deprived of it on a leaping catch by Luis Cruz. Cabrera is a switch hitter, and Mattingly is not going to let Guerrier face him. So Don is coming. He's got Randy Choate in the pen, though you have to believe Choate will be coming in to turn Cabrera around. So out goes Matt Guerrier in a 3-3 tie, and we'll be right back. advantage of new low pricing. See every remaining Dodgers out-of-market game live online and on your favorite devices in HD quality. Visit Dodgers.com to order and get more details. MLB.tv, baseball everywhere. Randy Choate will now be the third reliever. Randy to turn Cabrera around and make him bat right-handed. Cabrera hitting .258 left and only .170 right. He's definitely a threat to bunt. 2 out. Cabrera batting .229 with 2 home runs, 21 runs batted in. Cabrera has 6 bunt hits this year. He's also stolen third base 5 times. Dodgers playing deep. I'm a little surprised. Cruz is back. Gonzalez is back. 1 ball and no strikes. Maybe the book is he bunts more left-handed than right. On deck is Mark Kotsay, a veteran outfielder who would bat for Boxberger. 1 ball and no strikes to Cabrera. 1-1. Randy Choate took a nasty shot off the left hand, but as he was saying before the game, it got him on the fleshy part below the thumb. And after the pain went away, he was okay. 1-1. That's a strike. Everett Cabrera trying to pick up his man Alonso at second. 2 out. And Randy Choate, who will be 37 in September, trying to get him. Foul back. Three tie. Padres bouncing right back after the Dodgers scored 2. Crowd going wild. And Headley singled and Grandal hit a home run. So the boy from Nicaragua, Everett Cabrera, trying to break the tie and get Alonso home. Two and two. Randy, 6'1", 195 from San Antonio. Was originally drafted by the Yankees, went to school at Florida State. Fastball, curve, slider, changeup. Two and two. Wouldn't go for that sinking fastball, a 2-seamer. 3-2 the count. By the way, they're going to the top of the 8th inning. D-backs and Giants 6-6. In the 8th inning, the Diamondbacks had runners at second and third with 1 out. They intentionally gave a walk, and Casilla is now facing Justin Upton with the bases loaded, top of the 8th inning, 6-6 tie. 3-2 to Cabrera. And he gets the walk. So the inning is alive, and Mark Kotsay coming up. So you have 2 veterans going head-to-head with the ball game on the line. Mark Kotsay has had 16 years in the big leagues. He's from Whittier, lives in San Diego. Kotsay has 10 pinch hits, including a home run, and 6 RBIs as a pinch hitter. 5 more in the game where he started. So 2 on, 2 out, 3-3, 8th inning. way off the plate. Ball one. Soon as we find out about Justin Upton and the bases loaded, we'll pass it along. 6-6, eighth inning. The D-backs with a chance to open it up. 1-0. Ball two. On deck, Chris DeNorfia. So Randy Choate working carefully, walked Cabrera, and he's now behind 2-0 to Kotsay. Kotsay went to school at Cal State Fullerton. He was raised really in Santa Fe Springs. He's the son of a retired police officer, a motorcycle patrolman for the LAPD. Then, of course, since his dad rode motorcycles, he began to ride BMX racers, their off-road bicycles. He was 6 and a national champion. They stopped him before he was 7 because he was missing school. 2-0. Check swing for a strike. Interestingly enough, Kotsay, as a major leaguer, was a center fielder and a pitcher. But when he was at Cal State Fullerton, he was the closer in the College World Series that helped win the championship. He was the Golden Spikes Award winner, top amateur player in the country in 1995. 2-1. Hard ground ball, backhanded by Gonzalez. Who's going to win the race? It is Hume. Out. Jim Wolf taking plenty of time before he gave the indication, as Kotsay almost came up with an extra base hit. Fine play, smothered there, and then the feed to Choate, and here comes Mark head first, and he is out by, what, a toe? 3-3. And Mark Kotsay, there's the feed. There's Randy. Here comes Mark. Left hand, right foot. Wow, is that close? And it went the Dodgers' way as Randy took a little dive. Look at it again. Kotsay reaching with the hand, right foot. Wow. Jim Wolf, the first base umpire, staring down the line and called him out. About as close as you can get on a play. Look at that. But it looks like the foot just did beat the hand. Great call by the umpire. Now Brad Brock facing Hanley Ramirez. When last we talked to you, the D-backs had the bases loaded, 1 out, and Justin Upton was the batter, and he popped up to first base for the second out. That brought up Jason Kubel. He of the 27 home runs. He popped out. So the D-backs blow a huge chance, and they're still locked in 6-6. Brad Brock is from Freehold, New Jersey. Went to Monmouth College. Brad is a big fella, 6'6", 210 pounds, 26 years old. Throws very hard, up to 96 with a fastball. He has a splitter and a slider. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Brock is the 5th San Diego pitcher. Dodgers have used 3. In the dirt. Padres have used 12 pitchers in 2 games.
Everybody clap your hands.
We're 3-3 in the 8th inning. Ball 3 to Hanley Ramirez. So Bud Black shuffling his cards in more ways than one. And waiting on deck, Andre Ethier. In the Dodger bullpen, Ronald Belisario loosening up. Fastball, and down goes Hanley. So Ramirez strikes out. Fastball right down the pipe, but it was a good live fastball at 95. So 1 out. Here's Andre Ethier. Homered, hit back to the box, and flied to right. Ethier and Brock. Andre 2 for 4 with a home run against him in the past. Ethier batting .294, 17 home runs, 80 runs batted in. Fastball outside. That was 95. So Brock really comes at you, elbows and kneecaps. Doesn't mess around, gets the ball, he's on the rubber, ready to come right back. 2-0. 2 years ago, the Padres named Brock their pitcher of the year. Ground ball. Easy play for Forsythe. So we have 2 down in the 8th. And Luis Cruz coming up. To look ahead for the Padres in the 9th inning, it'll be the top of the order. That would be Chris Denorfia, Logan Forsythe, and Chas Headley. And a strike. Cruz batting .309. Brock trying to get his 3rd out here in the inning. Oh, 2. The paid attendance tonight, Matt Kemp batting practice Jersey night, 40,619. 40,619. Ball 1. Brock, as usual, just gets the ball and he's right back up on the rubber. 1-2. And a fly ball to shallow left. Coming up is Quentin. So the Dodgers go very quietly in the 8th inning. And we are heading for the 9th in a 3-3 tie. Logan Forsythe and Chase Headley. Belisario in his 54th game. Normally he has the hold and Jansen has the save, but right now Belisario has to just hold down the fort. Dodgers use Kershaw for 7, then Guerrier and Choate, and now Belly as they call him. Don Mattingly having to be very careful. He used 5 pitchers last night, and he used 5 pitchers the day before against the D-backs. So both teams are burning up the pens. Doesn't really hurt San Diego, but it certainly could take the wheels off the Dodgers' car. Will Venable will bat now for Denorfia, and then of course Will, a talented outfielder, will stay in. Venable with a half a dozen, will make it 9 home runs, 37 runs batted in. Ball 1. Three in the 9th. Venable has 8 bunt hits, but not this at bat. 1 away.
Second baseman, number 11.
That'll bring up Logan Forsythe. Hit back to the box, single to right, walked, and struck out. Forsythe 3 home runs, 15 runs batted in, and a strike. Belisario 4-1. In 56 innings, he's only allowed 36 hits. He has walked 22 while striking out 52. Ball loose, I believe, from the San Diego bullpen, had to be retrieved. 0-1. .96-mile-an-hour echo. 0-2. Just missed another 96 express. Belisario is 6'2" and 240 and throws little baseballs. He's from Maracay in Venezuela. Last we checked, right-hand batters were hitting 154 against him. Soft hopper, up with it is Mark Ellison from the grass. Gets the second out. We talked about right-handers batting 154. Left-handers are hitting about 136 against him. I mean, he has been flat out dynamite. Here is Chase Headley. Right-handed, he had fouled out, grounded out, hit into a force play. As soon as he turned around left-handed, bang, base hit to right field. 0-1. Chase Headley hitting .333 against Belisario, 2 for 6 in the past. 0-2. In the dirt. 1-2 the count. Belisario will be 30 years old. New Year's Eve. Be a big night in Maracay, Venezuela. Down in the bullpen for the Padres Luke Gregerson, who had given up the home run to Ethier last night, is warming up. Foul back. That was 97. One ball and 2 strikes. Remember when Belisario first joined the Dodgers about 3 years ago, Dodgers had a left-hand pitcher named Will Ullman. Ullman took Belisario's shower sandals, stuck them in a water-filled tray, froze them, and left them in front of Belly's locker. He took it good-naturedly, and he knew it was Ullman in the first place. 1-2. Hard ground ball, but real estate has it. Location, location, location. So Ramirez right there, 3 ground balls, and we're heading for the bottom of the 9th in a 3-3 tie. Ball, he bangs it into right field to score 2, and the Dodgers come from behind and win it and go a little crazy in the process. Then it was Monday, and it was A.J. Ellis 0-2. He bangs it into right field. Ethier scores from third. Dodgers go wild, decide to tear the shirt off A.J. Ellis, and it must be comforting to know right in the thick of things there is Clayton Kershaw, which doesn't make any sense. So for Adrian, he'll have to wait his turn here in the bottom of the 9th. A.J. Ellis. Then we'll have a pinch hitter, and it looks like Bobby Abreu, followed by Mark Ellis against Brock. Fastball strike. Brock made 13 pitches in the 8th inning. Oh, and 1. A hopper to short. Cabrera. That'll do it for A.J. 1 down, and Bobby Abreu will be coming up.
Attention, please. Pinch hitting for the Dodgers, number 12, Bobby Abreu.
So the Dodgers have used Kershaw, Guerrier, Choate, Belisario. John Eli is throwing in the bullpen, and we have a 3-3 tie, 1 out in the 9th. Bobby hitting .249, 2 home runs, 17 runs batted in. He has a half a dozen hits as a pinch hitter. Ball 1. broke. He has a 38 years old facing Brad Brock. And ball 2. Abreu originally drafted by the Astros, 1990. Born in Aragua and lives in Maracay, Venezuela. Right, 2-1. 1 out in the ninth, 3-3. Mark Ellis on deck. Way out in front, off-speed pitch. 2-2 to count. Dodgers using Kershaw, Guerrier, Choate, Belisario, and John Eli will be pitching the 10th inning if necessary. Fastball missed. 3-2 to Bobby. Bobby first started reporting to the Houston Astro Academy. He was 14 years old. And he's aboard with a walk. We'll see now about a runner for Abreu as Mark Ellis is coming up. Watching the Dodger dugout, but nobody coming out. So Abreu at first, visiting with Yonder Alonso. And here's Mark Ellis, who's had a big night, a single and 2 doubles. Started off a bad night when he was picked off third base. First inning. Right. For Bobby Abreu, he has always stolen a lot of bases. I mean, he might be 38 years old, but he has stolen a bunch, so they have to watch him. Nice save there by Grandal. Abreu with the Dodgers earlier stole 5 bases. Last year he stole 21. Admittedly slowing down. 3 years ago he stole 30. 1-1. High fly ball to straightaway center. Maben is there. So we have 2 out, 9th inning, and the batter will be Shane Victorino. Up north, 6-6 tie. Catcher Hector Sanchez pinch hitting with 1 out and the bases loaded. Hit into a double play. So they're going to the 9th inning up there. Tied up 6-6. We're in the 9th inning down here. Tied up 3-3. Victorino sacrificed, grounded to third, hit into a force play, singled to drive in a big run in the 7th inning. Ball 1. Logan Forsythe plays him on the rim, deep second base. Cabrera's deep. Headley backs up at third. The outfield has Maben slightly into left center, so there's a big gap in right center. Line drive up the middle on 1 hop. Cabrera will throw him out. So that ball was hit hard, but because of the positioning they get him, no runs, no hits, a man left. We are heading for extra innings again. 3-3. bring in their fifth pitcher, John Eli. Young man out of Illinois. You may remember he came up 2 years ago, went back to Albuquerque, came up last year and went back to Albuquerque, and he's been in Albuquerque this year where he was 14-7. Eli, 6'1", 195. He is 26 years old. Originally, he was drafted by the White Sox 5 years ago. He went to school at Miami of Ohio University. John Eli, remember a couple of years ago when he first came up, we said we looked a little bit like Matthew McConaughey, the actor. So we'll see how John does it now. 10th inning. Brad Brock made 26 pitches in his 2 innings of work. Carlos Quinton, followed by Yasmani Grandal and Yonder Alonso. Dodgers 3 runs, 10 hits. Padres 3 runs, 7 hits. Dodgers are 7-5 in extra inning games, 4-1 at home. Padres are 3-6 in extra inning games, 1-2 on the road. Ball 1. Eli, a bit of a hesitation in his delivery so that he can get his body to catch up and be behind the arm. Right about there. 1-1. Quinton doubled to lead off the 6th inning, and the Padres left him. 1-2. Quinton has 20 hits in his last 30-some-odd at-bats, and they've all been for extra bases. 13 doubles and 7 home runs. Two and two. Eli basically fastball and a curve. Good change. Added a cutter a couple of years ago. He'll use that against left-hand hitters. Ground ball to short. Ramirez. So 1 away here in the 10th inning. And Yasmani Grandal coming up. He has had a big night ever since he picked off Mark Ellis at third base in the 1st inning. With the bat, he has walked, singled, and then hit the 2-run home run in the 8th inning to tie it up. Change up with ball 1. One and one. Grandal from Havana, Cuba. Boy, you talk about the luck of the draw. Ball 2. Grandal and his family, and that includes his mother, stepfather, and maternal grandparents, they won a national lottery that allowed them to enter the United States as legal residents. High fly ball, but playable. Kemp calling. 2 out in the 10th inning, and the batter will be Yonder Alonso.
First baseman, number 23, Yonder Alonso.
Yonder Alonso flied to center, doubled, grounded out, and walked. Padres had some golden chances. Back in the 4th inning, they had 2nd and 3rd with 1 out, and both Maben and Cabrera struck out. In the 6th, they had a leadoff double by Quinton and couldn't pick him up. Ball 1. Alonso, 7 home runs, 47 runs batted in. Ball 2. Kershaw, Guerrier, Choate, Belisario, and Eli. Two and one. Interesting. He'll bend the knee and then really extend it in that split second of delay. The bend and the extension. 3-1, all part of his rhythm. Three and two. So a full count to Alonso, 2 out in the 10th, 3-3 tie. Foul back. We can also tell you that Sergio Romo, the boy from Brawley, got the D-backs out in order in the 9th. So the Giants are coming up, bottom of the 9th inning, top of the order in a 6-6 tie. And a high fly ball to right center. Ethier and Kemp with Kemp calling. That'll be that. All right, bottom of the 10th inning, it'll be Victorino, then Gonzalez, and then Kemp in a 3-3 tie. We misread the scorebook briefly, saying Victorino would lead it off, but it's going to be Gonzalez. So Gonzalez, Kemp, and Ramirez, and the left-hander, Thomas Lane, coming out of the San Diego bullpen. He pitched very briefly last night. 6'3", about 185. He'll be 28 in November. He's from St. Louis, Missouri. He was originally drafted by the Diamondbacks 5 years ago. Basically, fastball, a cutter, a curveball, and a change. When he is on his game, he gets a lot of ground balls. So we'll see right away as he faces Adrian Gonzalez. John Eli, by the way, made 16 pitches to retire the side in the 10th inning. So we're in the bottom of the 10th. The Giants are in the bottom of the 9th. Dodgers tied 3-3. Giants are tied 6-6. I don't know whether J.J. Putz is in there again. We'll have to check and see. He's been taking a beating lately, losing the game here and also losing one in San Francisco. Matt Lindstrom is the pitcher, not Putz. All right, here's Gonzalez. 92-mile-an-hour fastball away. Basically the sinker. 1 ball, no strikes. That's the sinker strike. at 91. Adrian flied to right, single to center, double to left, and had a scoring fly ball to give the Dodgers a 3-1 lead. Roundhouse curveball, 2-1. Originally signed by the Diamondbacks. There's that big sailing curveball. 2-2. Thomas Lane's been in the minors since he signed. Finally came up this year. Got him. So the sidearm curve, then over the top curve, down goes Gonzalez. So one out, and Matt Kemp coming up. Matt is 3 for 20 as he comes up here in the 10th inning. Matt on Matt Kemp batting practice jersey. Though there are 27s all over the ballpark. 40,619. Fastball in the dirt. The big salvation, of course, for Matt Kemp has been his ability to handle left-handers. 1-0. Kemp started the night .409 and 10 home runs against left-handers. Strike. Don't forget, after tonight, 11 home games left. Tomorrow night with the Padres. Next week, 4 with the Cardinals. And then the last 6. 2-1. Hitting back of him, Hanley Ramirez. Chase that pitch. 2-2. Got him on a fastball at 91. So Matt strikes out a second time. 2 out here in the 10th inning. He just fired that fastball in there. By the way, up north with 2 out, Pablo Sandoval hit one to deepest right center field where it's about 413 feet. Justin Upton made a lunging catch for the last out. So they're going into extra innings at AT&T Park. 6-6, Arizona and San Francisco. 2 out here in the 10th. Ramirez 0 for 4. Fastball strike at 91. Lane certainly not a big man. He's tall. He's 6'3", but about 180 pounds. Another fastball strike. 0-2. And a breaking ball got him. What an Uncle Charlie that was. So Ramirez, 2 fastballs and a curve. Take a look at this. Out there, and it just perfectly breaks across. And we are heading for the 11th 3-3. They went 11 innings yesterday, and the Dodgers, remember, with 2 out, had 3 straight hits. Dodgers also went into extra innings against the Arizona Diamondbacks, and that was the game where Jason Kubel beat them in 11. So the third 11-inning game in a short spell, and John Eli will be pitching to Cameron Maybin, then Everett Cabrera, and we will see about Thomas Lane. Boy, Lane strikes out the side on 13 pitches. That's quite a night going up against Gonzalez, Kemp, and Ramirez. So now Eli facing Maybin, who is 0 for 4. And wouldn't you know, and I'm sure the Padres feel that way, Maybin, who has had several chances to do damage, singles to open up the 11th inning. Now, another thing that John Eli is going to have to worry about, Maybin can run. Maybin has stolen 25 out of 31. Everett Cabrera, a very good bunter, coming up. And then we will see about a hitter. And Alexi Amarista will come out on deck. Cruz well in on the grass at third. Showing bunt is Cabrera. Time. Cabrera has 4 sacrifices. He also has a half a dozen bunt singles. So Maybin with 25 stolen bases. Padres have a little speed here. Maybin has stolen 25 out of 31. Cabrera showing bunt and drops it up along third. Almost a collision, and Cruz makes the throw, and it hits Cabrera in the back. Maybin will stop at third, and Cabrera's at second. A little bit of a collision there between A.J. Ellis and Luis Cruz. So we'll wait for the scoring, probably sacrifice and then the error. Here comes Cruz bumping into A.J. Ellis, and then his off-balance throw hits the runner, and Cabrera goes to second. So the Dodgers now really in trouble. Second and third, nobody out, and Alexi Amarista coming up. Probably error 5. And the only difference is it's going to go as a base hit. So second and third, 3-3, 11th inning. There has to be an error charge to account for the fact that Cabrera is at second, and it'll be an error charge to Cruz. Ball 1. Amarista the other day in Colorado had 5 hits. He's 5'6". Tough to pitch to. He's from Barcelona, Venezuela. Dodger infield up. Foul back. 1 ball and 1 strike. So Amarista batting for Thomas Lane, who was so impressive striking out the side in the 10th inning. Maybin is at third. Cabrera is at second. Nobody out. 1-1 the count. And ground ball, and the runners hold. Ellis makes the play. So Amarista unable to deliver, which had really been the case as far as the Padres are concerned. So 1 out, second and third. And the batter is Will Venable, who got into the game as a pinch hitter for Denorfia in the 9th inning and grounded out to Mark Ellis. Be another meeting at the mound. The Padres so far are 0 for 8 with runners in scoring position. Meanwhile, in the top of the 10th inning, up north, Sergio Romo sets the D-backs down 1-2-3. So now bottom of the 10th, Josh Colmender is in, and he'll be facing Buster Posey. Venable can do a lot of things well, including run, and he has 5 sacrifices, and the Dodgers are going to take the bat out of his hand. There are too many things that he can do. So Logan Forsythe, who is 1 for 4, will be coming up. And in a moment, the bases will be loaded. So Eli, 2 hits and a walk, along with the error charged to Cruz. And in a moment, ball 4. So Forsythe hit back to the box, single to right, walked, struck out, and grounded out. Mattingly does not have a pitcher in the bullpen, not ready. So this is strictly instructions for John Eli, how they want him to pitch to Forsythe. So it's a big at-bat for the second baseman. Forsythe came into this game with a 7-game hitting streak, and he has a base hit, so he's hit safely in 8. Logan on the road trip coming into this game, 4 for 9 with 2 stolen bases, 2 RBIs. He's not a home run hitter, but he did hit one in Atlanta in the middle of the month. He was 1 for 1 with a stolen base yesterday. And now here he comes. Bases loaded, 1 out, 11th inning, 3-3. So John Eli has to throw strikes. The infield about halfway. And a strike, 0-1. Forsythe a little bit annoyed by the call, backs out. He's from Memphis, Tennessee. Went to the University of Arkansas. Maben, Cabrera, and Venable out there. One ball and 1 strike. John Eli, the 5th pitcher, up to his hips in alligators. See him spinning the ball around in his fingers. If he ever dropped it, it's a balk. Ground ball foul. 1-2. Forsythe struck out in the 7th inning. So Maben, Cabrera, and Venable all waiting. 1 out, 1-2 the count. Chase Headley on deck. And a line drive base hit into right center. In comes Maben. Here comes Cabrera. Going to third is Venable. And the Padres have taken a 5-3 lead. So Logan Forsythe, a clutch base hit and a couple of ribbies. So Eli has given up 3 hits and 2 runs. Still only 1 out as Matt Kemp desperately gets the ball back to the infield. So Venable is at third, first and third, and here's Chase Headley. Chase Headley, fouled out, grounded out, and forced as a right-handed batter, singled and grounded out as a left-handed batter. His base hit with one out was followed by the home run by Yasmani Grandal. Ball one. So Headley 1 for 5. And ball two. Dodgers are still very much up in the air as to what's going to happen to Kenley Jansen. They say he will still be on the medication for 10 more days. 2-0. And line drive base hit into right field. So Venable will score. Forsythe goes all the way to third. It's a 3-run inning now. And it's 6-3 San Diego. So Headley, once he turns around to bat left-handed, he is dynamite. And he picks up another run batted in. For Chase Headley, he now has 93 runs batted in. So John Eli has given up 4 hits, 3 runs, and he's still not out of the woods, only 1 out. Down in the Dodger bullpen, and it is a weary bullpen. Sean Tollison gets up, and Josh Wall got up alongside of him. Carlos Quentin fouls it back. Quentin has grounded to third and struck out, doubled to left, flied to left, and grounded to short. So Carlos 1 for 5. In the inning, Maybin singled. Cabrera bunted for a base hit. Cruz throw hit Cabrera. That put runners at second and third. Amarista grounded out with the infield up. Then Venable walked intentionally to load him up. Forsythe singled in 2. Headley is just singled in 1. It's a 3-run 11th, and the Padres sitting on top of a 6-3 lead. 0-2 to Carlos Quentin. Ball 1. In San Francisco, the Giants failed to score in the bottom of the 10th. That was against Lindstrom. So they go to the 11th inning, 6-6. 1-2 to Quentin. Ground foul. Padres trying to snap a 3-game losing streak. Dodgers trying to extend a 3-game winning streak. Dodgers have beaten San Diego 9 of 13. And the Padres trying to win their 5th. 1-2 to Quentin. 6 runs, 11 hits for the Padres. 3 runs, 10 hits for the Dodgers. Foul ball. So Carlos still there. On deck, Yasmani Grandal, the catcher. Grandal hit a 2-run home run in the 8th inning to tie the game up 3-3. 1-2. Got him. So down goes Quentin, caught looking. Strikes out for the second time. 2 out, first and third. And here comes Grandal. Yasmani has walked and singled, grounded out, hit the 2-run home run, and last time up, fly deep to Matt Kemp in right center. Yasmani, a switch hitter, so he's quite a valuable catcher. 0-1. That staggers A.J. Ellis. Hit him right in the mask. Wow. Has to shake his head a little. No balls, 1 strike. 0-2. So Eli gave up 2 hits and an error, then an out, then a walk intentionally, but then back-to-back singles by Forsythe and Headley to account for the 3 runs. 0-2 to Grandal. One and two. Looking ahead, when the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 11th inning, they'll have Andre Ethier, Luis Cruz, and A.J. Ellis. They've already used Bobby Abreu, as well as Adam Kennedy. So when it's all said and done, he strikes out 2 in a row, but the damage has been done. Padres get 3, and we go to the bottom of the 11th, 6-3 San Diego. Left field. Tonight he came in as a pinch hitter and now stays in the game in left field. And Luke Gregerson is asked to get some outs. The same Gregerson who gave up the 1-out home run to Andre Ethier in the 9th inning last night that forced that game to go into the 11th. The only difference, the Dodgers won that one. They are down 6-3 in the bottom half. John Eli made a total of 42 pitches in his 2 innings. So Luke Gregerson will be facing Ethier, then Cruz and Ellis. Different situation, of course, with Gregerson enjoying a 3-run cushion. Ethier batting .293, 17 home runs, 80 RBIs, homered in the 2nd inning tonight to tie up the game. Since then, 2 ground balls and a fly ball. And Luke Gregerson out of Park Ridge, Illinois, ready to go to work. Went to school at St. Xavier University and was originally drafted by the Cardinals. Strike. Gregerson, 6'3", 200-pounder, 28 years old. Never made it to the Cardinals, but he did make it to the Padres 3 years ago. 0-1. 1-1. So the Padres used 7 pitchers yesterday and 7 pitchers tonight. Dodgers used 5 pitchers yesterday. They've used 5 tonight. And a fly ball to right field. Sprinting over to pick it off is Will Venable. So Ethier, a fly ball out to right, 1 away. In the top of the 11th inning at AT&T, George Condos is pitching. Aaron Hill led off with a base hit. Aaron Hill, among other things, with a home run tonight, his 21st. He is 5 for 5 in that game for Arizona. Well, here's Luis Cruz, robbed of a hit by Headley, single to left, fly to center, and fly to left. 0-1. So Cruz 1 for 4. Padres trying to beat the Dodgers for the 5th time this year. Dodgers have beaten them 9 times. Slider and a half swing for a strike. 0-2. Padres had a good-looking shortstop years ago named Khalil Green. They sent him to St. Louis to get Gregerson. Luke came to the Padres in 2009. A couple of years ago, Luke used a skateboard to skate about 14 blocks between his downtown San Diego home and Petco Park. Soft breaking ball pulled foul. For Gregerson, basically, two-seam sinking fastball and the slider. Slider's his best pitch. 3 years ago, he was in 72 games and had a tremendous ERA of 2.3. 0-2. Fastball hit right down to second baseman Forsythe. Dodgers down to their last out here in the 11th. Final game of the series with the Padres, and that'll be tomorrow night. And it'll be Clayton Richard and Aaron Harang, as the Dodger bullpen, thin as it is, using John Eli, who gave up the 3 runs. So there'll be a lot of pressure on Harang to try and salvage 2 out of 3. Meanwhile, anything we get, you shall have from AT&T Park while this game is still alive. Here's A.J. Ellis. Nick Punto is out on deck. He would bat for John Eli. 1 ball and no strikes. Interesting up north, Jason Kubel, who had left 7 men on base during that game, has just tripled home Aaron Hill against Javier Lopez. And Arizona has taken a 7-6 lead in the top half of the inning. It's the 11th inning up there. 2-1 to A.J. That's a strike. Dodgers led 3-1 until Grandal hit a 2-run home run and then locked in. Padres scored 3 in the 11th to lead 6-3. 6 runs, 11 hits for San Diego. The Dodgers 3 runs, 10 hits, and 1 error. Ellis walked, flied out, single, scored a run, grounded out. 3-2. Fouled at the plate. That got a little bit of Grandal. So Yasmani kind of walking that off. A.J. talking to plate umpire Darrell Cousins mentioned the words inside, meaning that last pitch. So it's still 3-2. Darrell Cousins, a senior umpire. He's got 34 years of umpiring in the major leagues. 3-2. Foul back. So Luke Gregerson trying to nail it down. Andre Ethier, Aaron Harang, hitting coach Dave Hansen, Adrian Gonzalez, had a single, double, and a scoring fly ball, but it wasn't enough. 3-2. And ball 4. Meanwhile, up north, Javier Lopez has given up another hit to a left-hand hitter. That's really shocking. He's been dominating left-handers. And it's friend Miguel Montero who wears out the Dodgers. Montero just singled home Kubel, who had tripled. So the D-backs now have an 8-6 lead in the top of the 11th inning up there. And of course, for the Dodgers, that would be a salvation not to lose a game in the standings. Nick Punto, a strike. Punto hitting 182. They're not going to bother holding Ellis. They don't expect him to do anything, but he might run, and he will, just to take the force play away. No stolen base, defensive indifference. 6-3 San Diego, and the Dodgers hoping Arizona can somehow hold on to a lead. One ball and one strike. Line foul. 1-2 to Punto. Nick is 5'9", about 190. He'll be 35 in November. Interestingly enough, he was born in San Diego. He lives in Mission Viejo and was originally drafted by the Phillies. He really had a career with the Twins, about 7 years with Minnesota. 1 year with the Cardinals, then half of this year with the Red Sox. Nick Punto. Waiting on deck, Mark Ellis. So a 2-out walk to Ellis, AJ that is. 2-2 the count to Nick Punto, who now has gotten into the habit with all of the excitement when you have a walk-off. Punto's whole thing is to go out and tear the jersey of the fellow who had the walk-off hit. And then, as Punto said, I'm very happy to tear the jersey off and pay $150 for a new one. Little ground ball to Forsythe, and that will be that. So the Padres deal the Dodgers a blow. Now it's a question of whether Arizona can help out or not. The big play, Logan Forsythe, a base hit in the 11th inning. 2 runs scored, Cameron and Cabrera. Then Eli gave up one more, and that was it. Padres 6 runs, 11 hits. Dodgers 3 runs, 10 hits, and 1 error. Tomorrow night, it'll be Clayton Richard and Aaron Harang. Till then, we wish you all a very pleasant good evening.